Salutes, Ronnie. Hey, just give me a little bit. I'm having some problems with my Rumble. I'm trying to figure out what it is, why it's not going live over here. But you know what? I'll figure out later. Salute, Cindy. All right, today it's been a while, and I've been having this, stuff on my mind for a while, and I've been researching it and going through it with it, and I want to share it with some people, and either it's going to be shared on YouTube or it's going to be shared on Rumble. This is going to be a series, and if you guys didn't see the title, Pharmakia Biblioteca, this is not going to be what you expect it to be, because I'm going to be talking about the Bible. I'm going to show you guys some stuff about the Bible, and then I'm going to give you my reasoning behind what I'm saying about it. Now, none of this reflects my beliefs. All of this is just information that's out there that anybody could have used to find this stuff that I'm about to find. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to break it down into segments, because there's a lot of information. And just bear with me, guys. I know this is going to rub some people, in a bad way. And, I'm just going to make all these, I'm just going to keep on doing it from front to back, from the beginning of the Bible to the end of the Bible. I'm going to be right. I'm going to be doing this information and putting it out so people can see it. And who knows, man? It might spark something in people. But let's go ahead and jump into it. I'm going to show you guys my screen. Let me turn this down some so I could won't be competing with it. I do like it in the background though. So I'm gonna show you guys my screen. This is my blank PowerPoint screen. And what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna go through the Bible, and I'm going to give you my precepts of it and show people it's not all what they think it is and how it's being used, in my opinion, the wrong way. So if you guys didn't know, pharmakia is all about pharmaceuticals, it's about medicine, it's about doctors, it's about creation, a little bit of alchemy and magic, esoteric demonology. There's a lot of stuff involved with this pharmakia word. And if you guys didn't know, biblioteca doesn't mean Bible, but it does mean a collection of books. So what other books would be, used, greatly used, other than the Bible's books? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go through this real quick. So let me show you guys my first, what I'm jumping into. We're going to start off with Genesis 1. Man, this is going to be dry for people that aren't into stuff like this, but it's going to show people something I think they can use. So this comes straight from the Bible. I'm not taking nothing from anywhere else. These are my interpretations, my perception of it. So here we go. So the first verse in the Bible, let's go ahead and check this one out. Here goes the first verse in the Bible. I'm getting this all from the online Bible. And I know people are going to give me crap about, hey, what version of the Bible you use, but it's in all of them. It's in all of them. The translations all of my translations come from etymology, all of them. And since I'm getting the Bible from the internet, I'm using the online etymology as well. Now, I'm a firm believer that I don't believe in coincidences, and things that are done repetitively, I think are done purposely. It's not a coincidence that is being done. So let's go ahead and look at this. I got some words highlighted in this sentence. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, when we look at that, just a layman's interpretation, we get that, hey, God created the sky and the ground, right? That's the layman's interpretation. But what if these words had a different meaning, and the meanings were supposed to be deciphered? That's why they tell us in church to read the Bible, you got to read it in precepts on top of precepts. Well, what I figured they meant, or what I thought they meant, is you got to look the words up. Well, if you look them up in the dictionary, they're going to give you exactly what the average person thinks. But if you look them up in etymology, something weird happens. Check it out. This first word, God, that I got highlighted, and I'm going to go through this quicker as we go. I'm just trying to give you guys an explanation. That word right there has a meaning that most people don't know. God, and this is etymology from the etymology dictionary. Anybody can look it up. If you want to follow along, go ahead by all means. God-like person. This is what I highlighted. And that's not something out of the out of the ordinary. But before they put that, they put supreme being, deity, Christ or Christian God, image of God, and then they put God-like person. Now, what caught my eye with this was the fact that they put person in there. Before they put anything, they were putting supreme being, deity, Christian God, image of God, and then they added this word right here, person. Now, why would God be affiliated with a person? Most Christians will say because Jesus was a person, he was in the flesh. Okay, cool, I got that. But that kind of stood out to me. Now, another word that we're going to go through all these words. If that wasn't enough to catch your attention, this word create or created, we think of it as something being brought to fruition, that's being brought forth to us. But in actuality, this word, just create by itself, has a specific meaning. And I want to share this with you guys because the word create is the root of that word is cur. Now you won't be able to find this word if you just typed it into etymology by itself. See, because etymology has these different types of punctuations that give the meaning of the word significance. See how you have an asterisk and a dash behind cur, but inside it says it forms all or part of create. It's a creation, a cruel, serial, so on and so forth. I just highlighted create because that's what I was looking for. And as you scroll down and you look at what the Greeks say about it, it means boy in kuros and girl in curry, right? So create means boy and girl. And then as you start to go on, you'll see come forth, spring up, grow, thrive. But this stands out for me right here. Because in the creation story, who does God create? A God-like person creates a man and a woman. So that was like, all right. So I'm on a trail. I'm on the right trail. I'm watching this. I'm looking at it. All right. But then as we go forward, we see the word heavens. Okay. But look, before the word heavens, there's this word the. And this is what people don't realize that these words right here can also mean punctuations and different types of uh terms and stuff. So I went through and I looked up the word duh, and I found out that duh also means comma, like a comma in the word. And the way I found that is, and I'll end up bringing it, showing you guys what I'm talking about, because it's it's really weird how these words can be used to get a certain statement out or a certain message out to people. And you would only know this if you looked at etymology. Okay, if you didn't look at etymology, then all these words would, in layman terms, would mean just simple meanings. Okay, but if you looked up the word the, and I'm gonna do this in real time with you guys, so I'm gonna move this over. It has other meanings besides the actual saying. This is what I'm talking about right here. The definite article, late English, and they got it as a PRB. Like this is like interchangeable, PB or something like that, interchangeable. But in this meaning of the, they also have these small words. It replaced earlier SE or C, or for the masculine, for the female, SEO. Now those that formation of words right here, this right here, it's going to have some significance later on as we go further into my explanation of my precepts of all of this. So don't forget that. I just wanted to show you guys, right? The is like a comma. It's like this word right here, C. It represents a break almost in the conversation. So if I say me and the dog, it's like a break between me and the dog, the animal, and the two descriptions of us. So that's what I wanted to show you guys with that. But let's get back to this. I just want to explain that duh because that means something as well. That's why it shows up in this sentence multiple times. But let's just look at the highlighted words right now, like heaven. Okay, let's look at heaven. So heaven, once broken down, has a peculiar meaning. Heaven, home of the gods. Earlier, the visible sky, and then firmament. Now, we've all heard the story about the firmament, the covering over everything and everything like that, the covering over the earth and how it's protecting us. But firmament actually has a different meaning as well. Now, since I looked up heaven, I want to go ahead and look up firmament. And I went and I found it. And it really amazed me how this word firmament has an adept meaning as well. Firmament, if you go through and you'll find out that this word right here, dar, with this asterisk and this dash behind it, means to hold firmly as to support, right? But everybody stops there. Nobody ventures off more into the explanation. And I found that firmament also means the expanse. Now, that to the average reader of the Bible, that doesn't mean anything. But to someone that's looking for something to stand out to them, they want to find out why they have firmament, and firmament means expanse. And why did they come up with a way to enter that into the Bible other than using the word that it means? Because they do have some versions where you can find the word expanse instead of firmament or heavens. I'm just going through all three. And I want to show you that the expanse, right, is a spiritual extension, an uninterrupted stretch or area. So we're talking about a measurement, right? We're talking about that's what expanse means. Expanse means a measurement of something. So heaven is defined by the word firmament, which confirms that what we're talking about is above us. And firmament is described by the word expanse, which means whatever is above us is in a measurement type description. So as I went through, I read through the entire explanation or definition, because in actuality, um, etymology is not about definitions. It's about origins and how words used to sound when we first created them, when we first started using the words, how they sound and what they were used for at that time. So they give you dates and stuff like that. But as I started to search more, I read down, and the pi root of this word is pedi, with an asterisk and a dash. And that right there was like, whoa, so this is trying to tell me something. Because most of these words that have asterisks and dash that we don't use on a daily basis, these are words that were created by mixing different languages. So pedi, right? We know what that word, it could be a name or something like that, or a term of endearment or whatever, but it means expand. And as I looked into this word pedi, I found that this word actually had a meaning of its own. So you see how this grows, right? So now that I'm on with this pedi thing, and you see how this just kind of like developed into a fact-finding thing. Now we know that expanse, the root of expanse is pedi, which doesn't even sound like it. But as you see, expanse is one of the word that this pedi creates. Not in spelling, but in meaning. So let me go ahead and highlight that so we can see what I'm talking about. All right, and as you read through, it says it is the hypothetical source of evidence for its existence is provided by, and it tells you all the languages that it's provided by, this meaning and this word and what the sound means, pedi. Well, if you go down, you will see that pedi, which is actually the root for expanse, which is actually the meaning of firmament, which is actually the meaning of heavens or heaven, has meaning that goes forward. And the word that I found that was strange was fathom. Now, fathom, most people that read English know that fathom means, it could mean a bunch of things. It could mean, a thought process. It could mean a distance, a measurement. It could mean time. But what I found that really convinced me that it meant the same thing as expanse, firmament, and heaven, is that fathom describes itself as a unit of measure. So fathom, length of an outstretched arms, or length of the outstretched arms. Also, arms, grasp. We're not talking about body parts. We're actually talking about a unit of measurement, just like it. All right, I just want to jump in there real quick because this fathom thing too as well could mean the depths. Usually the word fathom is used when you're talking about underwater exploration and stuff like that. But it does mean, a measure of distance. Now, the reason why I said that is because we're thinking that the firmament is above us when it's actually what we're standing on. It's a portion of solid surface that goes down a certain depth, and then anything beyond that is earth. I just want to throw that in there real quick in case you guys didn't realize. Salute, Zay. It says down here that I highlighted, which is about 5 feet. Because the word that it actually is compared to, it says, as a unit of measure in an early gloss, it appears for Latin, I think that says passus, which is about 5 feet. So the word fathom in Latin is spoken of as passus, right? Which in other words means that it's about 5 feet long. So how would the firmament be described in Latin as fathom, which is the word called passus, and only be 5 feet or about 5 feet? Well, then that's how I started to realize that they're not talking about the entire sky. They're just talking about a portion of it, a portion of the sky as the heavens. So I'm not taking anything away from this. I'm just following the trail that it's given me. And that trail right there came to an end. That was the end of that trail when it involves heavens. So in other words, heavens ultimately means a measurement or a unit of measurement, which is about 5 feet. And if that's not enough, and not 5 feet in the sky either, it's located somewhere 5 feet below us. So just let the cat out the bag. This work right here that I did was about a year ago. So all the stuff that I've come to understand now is based off of this. The words that are coming in, the and the duh, we know that those words mean something as well, but we want to concentrate on the highlighted words. Let me get rid of some of this stuff because I'm running out of room. You know what? I'll just leave it there, and I want to show you guys my entire process here. All right, so let's go to earth. Now, earth, everybody would think that's easy to in etymology. It's just flat out say land, right? But it doesn't flat out say land. Now with earth right here, we have ground, soil, dirt, dry land. Yeah, it does that. It says that, but it just doesn't say that. As you get further down, it starts talking about in different languages to the heavens or the underworld. It says, it says this right here, for the material world, the abode of man, as opposed to the heavens or the underworld, from Proto-Germanic, earthos, source, right? All of these words, if you write them in etymology, will pop up earth, right? And they're in different languages. Well, there was one word that popped out to me that I was like, ard. How did an ard become earth? Well, maybe it sounds sort of like earth, right? So I looked into that word ard, and believe it or not, the word ard, the pi root of that is which means earth, the ground. So I looked into that as well. And what I found is this, that ard actually means earth. Ard. A-A-R-D means earth. But not only that, the pi root of the word er, which means earth or ground, is forms all or part of aardvark, aardwolf, and earth. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? There's something about this that's a coincidence, which means that why would the earth be named after something that we can relate to an animal? Right? So you see where I'm going with this. That this first line of Genesis is not talking about the creation of the sky and the land, that it's actually talking about the creation or one of the first creations. Now, God itself, a godlike person, we would assume that that's great. Well, we're talking about someone that has some type of prestige that allows them to be able to, do this type of magnificent feat of creation. So I looked further into God and what a godlike person is, and it gave me more information to go off on. But I don't have enough room on this page, so we're gonna go to the next one. We're gonna talk about it. But first, let's look at how, if we read this based off of the etymological, translation, how it would sound. And you would go through the entire thing as if you were reading it and comparing the definition or the phrase that was highlighted along with it. So in the beginning, a godlike person, right? A boy or a girl, and we know that does like a comma, like saying stop to think about what we just said. The heavens, which is the firmament, the expanse, and what? A fathom. So in the beginning, a godlike person created, which was a boy or a girl, the heavens, the firmament, the expanse, and a fathom, which was 5 feet in length, and the earth, which is an ard and an ard. So it can either be an aardvark or an aardwolf. And when you look into these words, aardvark and aardwolf, you'll find out that aardvark means earth pig. Right? So this is not something that I'm just, pulling out of my ass. The pig in the Bible, the swine, the sow in the Bible is considered something that's notable. Then they give warnings about this stuff, about this animal or this creation. So just by putting this together like this, I started to understand that there is precepts that we are not utilizing that we should be looking into. And when you're studying something, even the strange stuff need to be investigated. And that's what I'm trying to do here. So I'm not going to beat that one. I'm just going to go on and create the next slide so everybody can see what I'm talking about as we move on from the first line. And this just is the first line. And you guys, as you can see, I just spent, over 20 minutes explaining the first line of the Bible and the precepts that you can pull out of this. So as we go forward, we're going to see how you can pull more information out of this stuff and get an idea of what the creation story. And I'm not saying this is, definitely what the creation story is, but I think people that are reading the creation story need to delve deeper into it to find out exactly if this is something that's coincidental. And I don't believe in coincidences. That's why I'm going this route. So let's move on to the next one. It says now the second line is this right here of the Bible. It says, now the earth was formless, void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. Now, reading this, we would think that, hey, the earth is just a barren wasteland, right? But in etymology, this sentence has a whole lot of meaning. We know that earth means ard, either a vork or a wolf, either one. but we know that the word earth represents a created being, and earth doesn't mean animal, or it doesn't mean man. It means ard, which could be either one of those animals, which means earth animal. And I'm going with aardvark because aardvark is, you know, it has some significance with being an earth pig. So let's look at that. We know that earth means ard. Okay. Let's go ahead and just pull that out so we already know. There we go. Now, this word formless, we're talking about a compound word, so there's two words in one. So in order to find out the meaning, we have to find out what each word means. So here's form. Man, what is going on? And I found these words, you know, prematurely before I came up here because I didn't want to be wasting a lot of time because I know how long it took me to do this. I've been working on this for a while. So the word form, right? If you read it, semblance, image, likeness, physical form, appearance, so on and so forth, what every general definition would mean in a word. But then as you get down, it says a fine form, beauty, right? And this is talked about in the Bible in detail about the beauty and how things look and how perception has a lot to do with, you know, the way we, you know, interpret things. So that little phrase stood out to me. So if form means a fine form or beauty or has something to do with that, now well, let's find out what less does. And it should be easy. I mean, people could do this. It's not a big thing. It's just tedious. It takes a lot of time to find this stuff and accumulate these informations. Now, right off the bat, less, it means least, less, smaller, or fewer, right? So if we're saying formless, we're talking about something that's beautyless, all right? Or fine form doesn't have a fine form because we know less means least or taken away from. You see what I'm saying? So this means that word formless means beautyless or ugly. Okay. Now the word void. When I came across this word, I knew that void could only have a few meanings. And as I searched, I was right. It only has a few meanings. It was used the way it was said, void. Unfilled space, a gap, a void, an adjective, meaning absolute empty space. So that means that the earth, this aardvark, was ugly, beautyless, and empty or absolute space. Now that could mean a few things. Empty or absolute space could mean that there's nothing there or there's no thought process involved. I don't want to go into how I found that out because, you know, you ever heard somebody say absent-minded? Well, it's like cracking a joke on somebody or using a derogatory phrase. So I didn't have to go too far to search into that. I could show you guys how I came about that, but that's just a term that I heard a lot when I was younger. When somebody used a derogatory term towards somebody else. Let's move this up because now we're going to darkness. Right? Darkness, we would assume just means that there's no light. Well, in the Bible, it talks about light, and light has a different meaning as well. But darkness, which is darkness, means secrecy or concealment. Right? Secrecy or concealment. So in the dark, you can't see something because it's concealed with the absence of light. Either blindness, physical, mental, or spiritual. So now when I'm seeing this about this, and these words are popping up, I don't believe in coincidence, so I know I'm on the right track. All right. So it says, now earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. Now, when I came across the part about the deep and the surface, I knew what surface meant, and then that was going to tie me back into certain something uh, that was associated with either the expanse or firmament. So I concentrated on the words that were emphasized the most. And in this statement right here, deep was emphasized more. So I looked in a bunch of other versions of the Bible too, and I'm telling you, man, it's it's a coincidence that they're copying each other, and the translations are damn near the same. I mean, they're not trying to change anything. So why would we even need a different version of the Bible? King James or the International Version? I mean, all of them are piggybacking off of each other's translations. There's nothing different in any of the Bibles. So questioning whether or not you have a different version is, once you get into etymology, it's going to all match up. So the word deep could either mean deep water, especially the sea, and that word sea right there also has a different meaning, and we should look into that, but not right now. From the source of deep, adjective, conjugate, a cognate, it means that which is of great depth. Now we could say, all right, well that's just you know, an average meaning that could mean the same thing. That now they're just making a description. They're not saying what's deep or how deep it is. It's just something that which is of great depth. Right? It could mean depth of thought, depth of anything. I got what you said, Ronnie, but interpretations of the Greek and the Hebrew, all right, Ronnie is saying, but loyal, you would need to find the Hebrew and the Greek definition of the Bible to truly understand what it said is saying, bro. All right, I get what you're saying there, Ronnie, but at the same time, look at this. How did they get the translations they got in English if they were going off of the Hebrew and the Greek understandings? Because in etymology, they're taking all these words from Greek, Hebrew, Latin, Dutch. Shouts out to my boy Ronnie. Rest in peace. This is an old video, you guys. I'm just recapping and going over it because there's a lot of good information in it. So just bear with me, guys. Just trying to address the crowd back then. But right now, this stuff about the deep is going to get a little bit more complicated because it's all about the perception of the person that's talking about it. You know, Scandinavian, and they're saying that the reason why this word sounds like this is because of the different meanings in all of these different languages. So in actuality, the words that we have in the Bible are translated from Hebrew and Greek. And what I'm doing is I'm taking the translations and finding out if they have alternative meanings. That way we can go deeper with our understanding of it. Now, this is not going to be for everybody. Everybody is not going to get this. Matter of fact, I'm going to lose a lot of people that I agree with or agree with me on this measure, on this certain topic. That's why I'm having such a hard time, because I'm kind of like, I'm trying to be respectful and not just come off like, this shit means something totally different, and everybody that's worshiping God is actually blah 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 blah. You know how the story goes. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna down talk the fact that people believe a certain thing. I just want people to have a different interpretation, or see if they can find a different precept to it. That way they can get their mind wrapped around it. Now, the word pharmakia is in the Bible, and the word biblioteca is a collection of books. So if pharmakia is in the Bible, that means it has some great importance. And all of this stuff I'm talking about has something to do with creation and medicine, because all of this stuff is talking about a creation of an animal and the environment that the animal survives in or lives in. So here we go. Now, of great depth or deep. So if we read all of this stuff out the way it's you know set out, I'm not going to do it in this fashion. I just want to make sure everybody can see how this stuff looks. All right. Let's get the earth in there first, and the formless, and then the void, and then the darkness, and then the deep. And let's see if we can understand from this precept what they're trying to say in this verse right here. So now the earth, or the aardvark, was formless, which means beautyless, empty, absolute empty space, and in secrecy and concealment, was over the surface, or over that which is a great depth. So that's the breakdown for that scripture right there, or that term right there. Now, when I get done with all of this, we're going to go back and we're going to try to piece all this stuff together. I'm just giving you guys my background on how I came about what I'm about to say when it comes to the end of this. So this is not meant to change anyone's perception of what they believe in. This is just another precept that people should be looking at and identifying as part of the word, because it is. They wouldn't put these words in there. They would make definite and precise accusations or statements that would explain what they mean. Now, if we go back and we looked at the part about God creating or created the heavens and the earth, according to science, that didn't occur. But if you're looking at this from a scientific standpoint, this could be exactly the reason how they're trying to explain the Bible in a scientific fashion. That a godlike person, which could be a girl or a boy, all right, manifested the firmament, the expanse, and created an animal, right, in an enclosed environment that they're calling heaven, that consists of about 5 feet. And then here, now the earth, which is the animal that was created, is they're given a description, and then they're also talking about the mind state that this animal is in. So this animal has the ability to think in great depth. And that's what I'm trying to point out. But since we got past that point, let's go ahead and move on to the next statement. All right. So you know what? We can do this on the same page. The next sentence, or the next scripture in that sentence, was that the Spirit of God, right, hovered over the waters. Now, my only issue with that is, of course, we're talking about the first person, or the godlike person that we were talking about earlier, is now doing something in this entire situation, right? It says, "in the Spirit of God." And we all know what spirit means in etymology. If you guys don't know, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, because it has a meaning that most people won't think of. They're thinking about, when they're saying spirit, they're talking about some kind of soul or something like that. But I want you guys to realize that these words have meaning. So we take the word spirit and we break it down in etymology. This is what it means. And what I'm getting at right here is that spirit, animated vital principles in man and animal, right? And that word man also has a different meaning. Man and men are two different things in this entire premise or precept. So when they're talking about man and animals, they're talking about two of the same beings. Okay. But for reference sake, this word spirit means breath of life or just breath. Now, if someone says that the spirit or the breath of this godlike person was hovering over the surface of the water, then that means that this person, whoever it was looking at the surface of water. Okay, that means that person, if your breath is hovering over the water, that means that you're looking down at whatever is below you, and that's you that's hovering over, that object. And that object happened to be the surface of the water. So again, I go in and I look up the word water in etymology, and something pops in my periphery. So I start looking at it, and I start saying that, hey, I don't believe in coincidences, so this must mean something. So water, right? Of course, we know it means wet and all that stuff, but then there's a certain phrase right where it says op and wed. The first preserved in Sanskrit, apa, as well as Punjab and julep or jolop, was animated, referring to water as a living force. Now, why would they use the word water when they could have just said oceans or seas? Because they're talking about an environment that's enclosed for a certain entity or being. Now, this word water is another description of the life that they're trying to say was created in this book. That's how I'm looking at it. So this is just another description of the earth. So the Spirit of God, or the godlike person, was hovering over the surface of the water, which was animated as a living force and later referred to as an inanimate substance. The reason why they made water in the description as it later on as an inanimated substance was because if we could tie this animated substance to it, then now water becomes a living being. And we know that water isn't a living being. The only reason why it moves is because of agitation, either by the tides or by us. But it's talking about this water as being animated or animate, referring to water as a living force. So that ties back into the first scripture when it talks about the earth, which is an ard. Now, bear with me here, guys. I'm not trying to change anybody's perception. I'm just trying to give somebody or give everybody a different outlook on this. And I know it's coming off as a foreign language because it's kind of hard for me to explain this. And plus, I'm trying to show people something that if they wanted to, they can do on their own. All of this stuff is from etymology. I didn't make any of this stuff up. So we go back and we read this, it would say, now the aardvark was ugly. As well, it's called Bible study for a reason, yo. Thoughtless and concealed or in captivity, and was over the surface of the deep, which is of great thought or great depth of thought. Right? So he was doing a comparison, or whoever this was doing a comparison of if this animal was intelligent or if it was dumb. And they ultimately came to the thought process that this animal was dumb. Well, of course, it's an earth pig. All right. It was created in a lab or whatever, or in an environment, and it's a dumb animal. And now it says the Spirit of God, right, was hovering or was looking down at this animal, which is described in this passage as being animated as a living force. I hope you guys are getting your mind wrapped around this, because what I'm talking about is that this is in a controlled environment, and this is being done by someone that knows how to put things together and have them partitioned so they can be monitored in the right way, just like a scientist does. Scientists don't have all of his equipment all cluttered up and all of his specimens all contaminating each other. Everything's partitioned and in its right place. So if people want to say that creation was done by an intelligent, source or an intelligent creator or intelligent design, they're not on the wrong path. They are on the right path. And what creation is in this story, I think, is not of man or of the earth, but actually a being that's later on in the Bible talked about as being something that we should not consume, that is not clean, that's has a particular place in nature. Okay. So I hope I explained those two passages right there, or those two scriptures right there. And let's go ahead and try and move on. If there's any questions, man, just blurt them out. It don't matter. You guys can disagree with me. It doesn't matter. This is an open forum. I'm not hiding anything from anybody. All this information I'm getting is from etymology. All right, so that was before the first day. Now let's get into the verse 3, the first day. This is the first day. And God. And we know that God, from what we talked about earlier, is a God-like person, right? Now, the reason why I keep putting this on here, because I'm not adding the other information that gives me the perception that this is a particular person and not some spiritual being. Because if you look up God-like person, then you'll realize that there's only certain people that have those qualities. And I took the liberty of finding those certain people that have these type of qualities. And the first one that I found, and then didn't have to find any more because this one explained everything, was doctor. And lo and behold, right off the bat, it starts talking about church father. So that was my inclination that, hey, man, this is something that actually has ties to this entire environment that this story is trying to create. So I'm on the right path, and I don't believe in coincidences. So as you can see, I have in this passage right here, or this definition, or this etymological explanation, the highlighted words church father and also teach and be seemly. And the reason why I have that is because to be seemly means somebody that's recognized as being a godlike person. The recognition is why I highlighted this. But not only that, I highlighted the word teach, because in the word teach in etymology, it has something that's connected to this entire story. And here's what I'm talking about. What is going on here? Here we go with teach. Now the word teach has a few. It says to show, point out, declare, demonstrate, also to give instructions, train, assign, so on and so forth. But as I got down to the bottom, I was ready to say, you know what, maybe I'm on the wrong trail. But as we got down to the bottom, this is what I found. All right, related to Old English tessin or take, sign, comma, mark. Now, to a lot of people, that's not going to mean anything. But to me, since I've been reading the Bible and translating stuff and, precept on top of precept, these things stand out to me, just like it's highlighted right here in this passage. And signs and marks is something that was said about the lights in the sky, right? So I'm like, maybe I'm on a path that is going to really open up and show me something. And it did, man. Because not only does this word signs and marks with that comment, it means something. It means signs. That comma right there means the mark. Signs and marks. Duh. That's what a teacher is. Someone that shows you the signs and gives you the mark. You know what I'm saying? A mark is a grade. You see what I'm saying? And they're teaching you. Most teachers teach on a chalkboard if they do that, or smart board, or with a book, and they're showing you. That's the sign. They're showing you exactly what they're teaching. They're either writing it up on a board, or they're writing it on a smart board, or you're reading it out of a book, word for word, what they're showing you. That's the sign. So I don't believe in coincidences. So this stood out to me. So I know I'm on the right trail with this teach, because not only is teach part of the doctor's etymological explanation, but it's also part of what we would consider has ties to scripture, signs and marks, or signs and seasons. That's also what season is. But you guys, that has another meaning too as well, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. But moving on, says God, which is the godlike person, a church father, a teacher that has signs and marks, right? Said, let there be light. Now I searched up said, let there, and there was nothing that stood out to me except for the word light. And when I started looking at the word light, I realized that light doesn't mean illumination. Yeah, in some sense it does, but in this instant, it doesn't mean that. Because what are we talking about? We're talking about a creation story of an entity that's put in some type of environment that is isolated from everything else. And when I read this with light, it says brightness, radiant energy, but then it goes and says that which makes things visible. Yeah, we can interpret that as being a light or an illumination, but why would it be that which makes things visible? Well, that's because whatever it's making visible was not visible in the beginning. It was what? It was what? In darkness, which is, it was concealed, right? So the light is almost like removing the container's lid. That's what the light is represented in this. So that's my interpretation of it. And not only did they say it once, but they said it twice, almost emphasizing that this word light has a meaning, multiple meanings, because there's two of the same words in the same sentence. They could have just left it there and says, let there be light. But no, to insinuate that the word light has a specific emphasis or specific meaning, it says, and there was light. Meaning that which makes things visible. So that statement right there gave credibility. So why would you say the same word twice? Because you're giving emphasis to the meaning. So let's move on to verse 4, because verse 4 is going to open up some more information for us, and we're going to be able to get a better understanding of what this is. And these are all precepts. This is not a religious doctrine I'm talking about. This is precepts of an action, of something that was accomplished, and we trying to find out who was the person that accomplished it. Because it says a godlike person for the word God in etymology. So who was the person that accomplished it? Church father, a teacher, right? And now let's look at what this person did in order to accomplish that which makes things visible. So we know God, a person that's godlike, light. We know what that is. That which makes visible was good, and he separated. So this word separated jumped out at me because I was looking up every word, and this was the word that actually gave me some type of instance that it means something else. And the reason why I say that is because look at this. All right. Separate, remove, detach completely, divide, something, sever, the connection or association of, and so on and so forth. But the pi root of that is pure. And now what do we have? An asterisk with a line or a dash behind it. Because if you just type this word in, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. If you just type in period in etymology, it's not going to give you the same information. Period. Here we go. Title affixed to the name of a French priest. Father. Father attached to the name. But if you add the asterisk and the dash, look what comes up. To, period. To grant or allot, like to give you permission. And then it says, and reciprocally, to get in return, possibly related to period 1, to produce or procure. But automatically, the word that they're looking for, the word that they're showing us with period right here, says period 1, to produce or procure, right? So we look at this period 1, and it says to produce or to procure, right? Period 1, to produce or procure. It says, and yield and derive words in diverse senses, possibly related to period 2. So we go down to period 2. What does it say? Automatically, because in period 1, it also has to grant or to allot. It's telling you that period 1 is rooted in period 2, and period 2 is rooted in period 1. So they both have the same meaning, means to grant or to allot. It doesn't mean to produce. Okay, so that right there gave me notice. So it's automatically saying period 1, but it's also meaning period 2, which means to grant or to what? Or to allot. And here's period 1. To grant or to allot. Okay? So the godlike person revealed that which makes things visible, was good, and he what? Granted and allotted what? The light, that which makes things visible from the darkness. Now, darkness, we talked about that as well, but darkness can mean a lot of things. Okay, and here, darkness means secrecy or concealment. But that's what we're talking about when it comes to the scripture, especially if it's talking about spirituality in the etymological explanation. We know we're on the right track. So let me go ahead and copy this and add this to it as well. Because darkness is another one that's going to be in this. So a godlike person saw that which makes visible was good, and he what? Separated, or he granted or allotted that which makes visible from the darkness. So he granted the ability to see this, or to remove the concealment. And that's what this means, to remove the concealment. So this godlike person, like, the ability to remove this. And so he granted the ability for this to happen over and over again. Now, if that's not confusing, then we get into verse 5. All right, verse 5. The godlike person called that which makes things visible, right, day. And the darkness he called night. And the concealment he called night. Now, we know what light and darkness refers to in etymology, but what about day and night? Well, I took the liberty of looking those up as well. And I want you to see what one of the precepts might be in this term, day, right? Period during which the sun is above the horizon, also lifetime. But this part right here stood out to me. Definite time of existence. All right. Definite time of existence. So light, right? That which makes things visible is called day, which is a definite time of existence. Almost meaning like a shelf life or a time period in which something lasts. And then darkness, which is secrecy and concealment, is called night. Oops. Bear with me here, guys, because there's a lot of definitions. Night is considered ignorance. So think about this. If they're saying light, which is something that makes something visible, right? It's called day, a definite time of existence. They're almost saying that light is existence, which is truth. Because now we're in duality form right here. We got day and night, we got light and darkness. So if light is something that makes something visible, which is like tell the truth will set you free, then darkness is what? Concealment and secrecy, which is almost like saying ignorance, betrayal, sabotage. You see what I'm saying? So day would be existence and night would be ignorance. And that means that the word existence would also mean what? And I know this is gonna get it's gonna get people kind of caught up, but the word existence in here refers to the opposite of ignorance. So the word existence in here would mean somewhat truth. And let me show you guys how I came about this. Hold on. All right, let's get the word existence. Here we go. Now, let's look at this. Reality, right off the bat, the word reality pops up, right? So let's move this again. So if reality is the actual meaning of existence, and darkness is concealment and what else? Concealment and secrecy, but night is ignorance. That means that they're telling you the difference between light and day is the truth and ignorance. That's what they're trying to tell you. So a godlike person called the truth and the darkness, which is the lie or ignorance. So this is connected to this entire sentence right here. So a godlike person saw that the unconcealment or that what makes visible or the truth was good, and he separated it, which means he did what? He granted and allotted. He gave permission for the truth to be separate from the lie or ignorance. So this godlike person called the light, the truth, and darkness, ignorance. So right there, it's almost like saying this, whoever this person was, this godlike person, recognized that there was fake and there was real. And he was distinguishing between the two. And that's how we were supposed to dissect this information and find out how this all came about. In other words, there are some things that are real, which is reality, and there are some things that are ignorant, which is concealed away from you. So you don't know if you know. And at the time, I didn't really know what was ignorant actually meant allegory, meaning like a true story written in a fictitious way. That's what I was trying to say at the time. But you know, hindsight's 2020. Know the truth or not. So they're concealing the truth from you. And he's identifying what's true and what's fake. And the reason why I'm saying that is because this next part would show you this. Hold on, let's go back to the existence. The reason why I said it was the truth, it automatically starts off with reality, right? And then it doesn't have root words where the root word is to stand, make, or be firm. Now, to stand, if something is being told to you as a truth, would be, you know, catching somebody in a lie. So in other words, that's what this is used for, is telling us, learn how to catch people in a lie, because there's some truthful shit and there's some fake shit. Now let's go to the next scripture, which is 6. But in that scripture also as well, there was another part, but it didn't have anything significant in it. So I just kind of like moved on. But I'll put it up there just so you guys can see it. And there was evening and there was morning the first day. Now look, this is all occurring on the first day. This explanation, so we know that this is not, when they're talking about days, and you will find out that day means the truth or reality. So when they're saying the first day, they're talking about the first recollection, or, you know, almost like when somebody gets to that aha moment, like the first time someone says, I understand. That's what these mean. Now we're going to get into the second day, which is, oh, again, here's something that I discovered, or we discovered. So we got the second day, and we have what? Verse 6. And God said, let there be an expanse between the waters. And, because that's what this and means. And is like saying duh, or and. It's like a separation, to separate the waters from the waters. Now look, remember earlier we said that waters meant what? But first, let's go ahead and add all the other information that we had from this last thing. For instance, like God-like person. All right. Expanse. Because this expanse is really important. We know that the expanse means what? Heaven, firmament. It's the enclosure. Okay, let's go ahead and add the expanse, because that's what it's talking about, and we haven't deviated from anything. Now let's talk about between the waters. Now between doesn't mean anything, it just means a separation, or it means dual, or it means duet. You know, if you guys understand what I'm talking about. But then let's get into the waters. We said that waters had a meaning that meant what? Waters meant animate, or as a living force. Now, when we're talking about creation, and we're talking about creation of a being, which is what? The earth, which is a vart or an ard. Okay, we're talking about a being that was created. But we know that water is an animation, so it's talking about a group of beings. So here we read that what? A godlike person, let there be an expanse or a separation or divide from the waters, which is animated, which are creatures that were created, to separate the creatures from the other creatures. Now, why would that be significant? Well, it's really not. But as we go on, we'll find out why they're separating these other creatures. Okay, so in verse 7, we have, so God made the expanse, which is an enclosure, a godlike person, and he separated them, okay, And we know that separated what means? Where's my separated at? I didn't even put that on this page. All right, separated. It's the pi root of period, right? Pare. And it means to grant or allot. Let's put this on here somewhere. It doesn't matter where we put it at, because this is the collection of thoughts and information that we're trying to decipher. And we can go back and we can translate this shit to ourselves. Excuse my French. But yes, that's what we're going to do. Let me remove this, break it down a little bit more, put it over there. So we know that separation. Let's add it. Is actually a grant or an allotment. What happens when somebody grants you something? They give you permission. What happens when they allot you something? They loan it to you. They can always take it back. So separates the waters. And we know that waters are what? Living beings. Beneath it from the waters above. So they're separating these entities or these beings from one another for a certain reason. Let's go to verse 8. All right. So God called the expanse the sky. Now, just reading this right off the bat, it's not going to seem like it's anything different. But I looked up the word sky, and in it, right, it referred back to what? The expanse, covered and concealed. So another thing, what does cover and conceal mean? It means darkness, right? Secrecy, conceal, cover and conceal. So now this meaning has meaning in this meaning, which means sky. And I'm on the right trail because it says the sky, the heavens. And see, when we go back further, we understand, and this is why it's so hard to interpret this. This is why I think it's so hard to interpret it, because heaven makes full circle back to expanse. Makes full circle back to expanse, which is what? Fathom, which turns out to be about 5 feet. So the sky, they're still talking about the heavens here and that 5-foot enclosure. It says, so a godlike person made the expanse or this enclosure and separated them, which means grant or allot, right? It allotted them the expanse. This godlike person gave them the enclosure where these animals, which is represented as water, dwelled. And God called this expanse the sky, which turned out to be what? Another enclosure, which was the original enclosure. So they're just repeating the same thing over again to us, but in a different verse. And this is why people are having such a hard time with these precepts, because they're reading and thinking that they're getting to a different meaning. But these words, a lot of them mean the same thing. They're just spoken differently. Because if you look at these words, to cover, conceal, and then you come back here and you look at darkness, secrecy, concealment, that's the same thing. They're both saying the same thing. So this concealment is a cover or enclosure, and it's only 5 feet in diameter, right? And it's filled with a bunch of animals, mainly a specific type of animal. They're not talking about the art anymore, which is represented by earth. They're talking about an abundance of animals. That's what this animated as a living force. That's what they call a group of animals. just like a herd. A herd is a force, and you can get stampeded by a herd of animals. So this represents a herd of animals. All right, so let's move on. And we've been at this about an hour and 15 minutes. So you see how long this takes to figure these things out. Now I'm gonna put this information into a written form, and it's gonna have pictures to go along with it. But right now I'm just giving you guys a glimpse at the way I perceive this stuff. This is the precepts that I got from the scriptures by utilizing etymology. So now we're on what? All right, we're on the third day. Okay, let me go ahead and highlight this. All right, the third day. And God said, we're going to start off just like I do with every one of them. And I'm going to put all the meanings there because we haven't left the creation story. So this meaning of God has the same meaning throughout the entire verses until we get out of the creation story. Once we enter into another story, then the word God will mean something else. And it has to fit the pretext of what God is being used for in that sentence. Like if it's saying God smited somebody, now God is being used as a weapon or a warrior or something like that. A warrior or a weapon. So now we need to look up precepts that relate to God as being a warrior or a weapon. That's just an example of what I'm talking about. But then in this, we're talking about creation. We know that waters means what? Waters means what? A living force. Almost like saying a herd of animals. Okay. Under the sky, which means what? A cover or enclosure of concealment. All right. Be gathered into one place. Why would God, like a godlike person, gather up a bunch of animals in an enclosure in one place if it wasn't supposed to be the meaning of that entire premise? Okay, so look, hoot owl, holler. I get what you're saying, but even in the Bible, it talks about knowledge being power. And if you're reading the word and it's in a certain language, shouldn't you know the definitions and meanings behind those words of that language in order to be granted the message from the so-called Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost? Because Holy Ghost means a enlightened breath. If you look up the word Holy Ghost, you'll find out that ghost means spirit, spirit means breath. And if you look up the word holy, you'll find out it means enlightened. So if you're trying to get this from something outside of you, then you're not going to get it. And in order for it to be in you, you have to understand what it is in the first place. And that's what I'm trying to do. This is not taken away from Christianity. I think this is actually giving it depth and structure, because most people read at a third grade level. They're not really doing etymology. The word God has four different, look at this. The word God in here has what? Supreme being, deity, Christian God, image of God, God-like, and then you have which is of uncertain origin, and then it says that which is invoked, to call, invoke, to call, invoke, divine entity summoned to a sacrifice. Now, if you didn't know in what pretext this is being spoken, you would think that God automatically meant supreme being. In this context, it doesn't mean supreme being because we're talking about creation, and supreme beings don't worry about creation because they're supreme. All their supremacy over the being, that's what they're worrying about. A deity is already something that's being worshipped by the creation. And a Christian God, we know what that is. The image of God, we know what that is. But a God-like person, that should stand out to you, especially in this pretext. So, a God-like person, the water, which is a living force or a group of living forces, under an enclosure in one place, so that the dry land may appear. And we think that dry land is actually talking about the ground that we're standing on. But this dry land also has a different pretext or a precept. And we should identify what it is so that we can utilize it in our thought process. And that's what this is. We're still reading the word. This is not taken away from the word. This is actually building context in the word. So dry can mean free from water or fluid, which is free from what? If we know what water means in this context. Living entities and fluid. And if we look up the word fluid, we'll find out it means substance. So animals and their food, right? And then, but if we get down here, it says dry, just like the word dry right here. But the meaning of it means barren. Okay? Why is barren have a meaning in this context? Because now we're talking about separating the animals, separating these beings in an enclosure in one place so that the dry land may appear, so that the barren land would appear. Now look, land in itself represents what? The ground we're standing on, which is represented by what? Earth, which is represented by what? Ard. So a godlike person said, let the waters, or an animated living force under this enclosure or cover and concealment, be gathered in one place so that the dry or barren animals, you know what barren means, can't reproduce, right? And here it says, showing no emotion, without show of pleasantry, caustic, sarcastic, uninteresting, tedious. All right. But in actuality, we know what barren means. But it doesn't hurt to look it up. I think that's how it's spelled. Incapable of producing its kind. So that's what dry represents in that scripture. Dry represents barren, unable to produce its own kind. Land represents, and let me show you, I should have kept that up. Land represents earth. And we know in this pretext or in this prefix that if land represents the ground, soil, definite portion of the earth, right? A definite portion of the earth, meaning that it's not the entire earth, which means that it wouldn't be all of the animals, but a portion of the animals. And what this entire statement is saying, see how it says earth? And if we go to earth, we know earth comes from the word and earth is like saying earth or ard. See, I'm not trying to make any of this stuff up, but I don't believe in coincidences. If you type in the word ard, what it says, ard wolf, Also, aardwolf, small insectivore mammal native to east of South Africa, related to the hyena, right? Literally, earth wolf. That's what ard means, earth. Okay? So it could be a earth wolf or earth pig. That's what a vark is. A vark is a pig. That's why they call it a earth pig. So this is where my train of thought is going with this. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm putting on here. Can you guys see this in etymology? What I'm typing up here? Because I'm trying to put it on the screen and it's not showing up. But again, the land represents earth. And let me go ahead and put that out there real quick. And we know what earth represents. Earth represents the ard. Let me adjust it so you guys can see it. All right, here we go. Definite portion of the earth. That's what land represents. And we know that earth represents what? Let me go ahead and bring it back in here. And this is just to build off of what we already went over, but it gives us context because now we can see where these things can occur or can lose their meaning. Let's go ahead and put this in there. Whew. Man, it blows that up so big. I have to shrink it down. So here we are. Even in the word earth, look at this. I don't believe in coincidences. Dry land, earth, ard. So we're talking about dry land, barren land, barren earth. Because that's what dry means. So a godlike person said, let the animals under the enclosure be gathered into one place so that the barren animals may appear. So the barren ones, not the ones that are not barren, the ones that could produce, they weren't going to appear. And how do you get animals to distinguish the difference between them? When you got them all together, you have to have a degree of separation. And that's what this is. They've created a degree of separation. All right, if we're good with that, we'll go ahead and we'll move on to the next one because the next one is going to be pretty good as well. Because now we're at verse 10. We're still on the third day. We're at verse 10. All right, here we go. All right. God called. Now you know how I go through and I do this entire thing over and over again. And this is how I stay on track with keeping my message or keeping my understanding. I gotta see every time that this means that. Godlike person called the dry land earth. It's exactly what he called the dry land, earth. And through the explanation of this, we know that land and dry land means barren animal, a barren ard. That's what it means. And the gathering of the animals, which is water. So let me put these on here real quick. So we can get them. Copy. And this is tedious, man, because, you know, if they made a Bible that gave you all the translations of the prominent or prudent words, then it would give you the option of understanding the precept that means something most to you. Because most people aren't using precepts to read the Bible. They're just reading it for what it says. And they're basing their information or their understanding off of that. The preachers, when they go to I think it's called synagogue, or what they call it, seminary school, they learn all of these precepts. They learn all the meanings of the words in the scriptures. And they choose which meanings they want to teach to their flock or their congregation. Because they're the church father. They're the ones that are passing on this information to the flocks. So they're giving their message. Just like a priest can take your confessions in the confession booth as a direct representative of God. That church father. You don't see where I'm going with this? So look, here we go again. Let me finish up this part right here with earth and all of that, so we can move on into. Should have just put all this together. But I hope you guys, I know this is not going over anybody's head, because this is easy stuff for us to get. So we know that they're talking about dry land. Hold on, I need to get the dry too. Let me get the dry up in there. All right. Okay, we're talking about a barren group of animals gathered. All right, described by the word water. See, this is the decoder ring. Etymology is our decoder ring. This is how we decode this stuff, you know. And when we get to another place in the Bible, it'll be a different code that we gotta tap into in order to figure out the context and the meaning behind it. And it works like this throughout the entire Bible, guys. I'm telling you, etymology and the Bible is your translation. Salt and Light says, which is why one has to study to show oneself approved. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. Well, I agree with that, but I don't think that we have to be kings to search it out. I think that we just got to have, motivation. And that's what I think a lot of us lack. We lack the motivation to actually figure out what things are. So we allow people to tell us and teach us whatever they want. And that's how we end up in positions where we are not in control of our vessel. So we got water, and this is where I meant by the word seas, that seas have a different meaning as well. And when we look at the word seas, we're going to find out that it has meanings that connect it to other words that are supposed to mean something totally opposite. So the word seas has a meaning that talks about anything of great mass. Anything. It doesn't matter if it's water, animals. Because when I saw this, I was like, oh, I'm on the right trail, because we're talking about, water meaning something. And now we're talking about a great, an abundance amount of water meaning something, but it has a different context. So the water means animated or living force, which I said is my precept of, animals, a certain type of animal. And then we have seas here, which means a sheet of water, sea, lake, or pool, right? Which is obvious. That's what we're looking at. Wholly doubtful, okay, has generally been doubted, of unknown origin outside of connections, wholly doubtful, and i.e. Edamon has generally been doubted. But it has this passage right here at the bottom that actually gave me confidence that I was on the right trail. The meaning, any great mass or large quantities of anything is from 1200. So seas doesn't mean a great body of water. It can mean a large quantity, a great body of anything. Animals, land, trees, cars, it can be anything. But in this context, it's talking about water. And in this context, the water represents the herd or collection of animals. If you guys know where I'm going with this. And God saw that it was good. A godlike person or church father thought it was good. All right. Don't have to beat that dead horse. I think we can move on from there. Let's move on to verse 11. I'm going to have to create another one because verse 11 is going to have a few of them. Verse 11, once again, we got the first passage starts off. And the reason why I'm doing this is because repetition is key. All right, if I just read through this and explain every time what I was talking about, there would be people that would say, you know what, I don't understand. But see, now you can go back and look at this and find, you know, the meaning inside of what you're trying to understand and not be lost in translation. So God said, let the earth, and we know what the earth means. And I'm going back in reference to everything I've already defined. That way I don't get off track. Bring forth vegetation. Now, that word vegetation right there, a lot of people think means grass, trees, you know, fruits, berries, bushes, and stuff like that. But in etymology, vegetation has a slightly different meaning. In etymology, vegetation means a quickening action of growing. It doesn't mean what you're growing. It means a quickening action of growing, almost saying a process of growing something. When I first started growing my vegetables and I started from seeds, there's a time frame that when the seeds grow to saplings, it's called vegetate. Okay, and that's point you supply the plant with lots of light, food, and water, because this is where it's going to get its abundance. It's going to get its growth at. It's not going to produce anything in the vegetative state. It only produces mass in a vegetative state. So it's a way of quickening the growth cycle. And that's what this vegetation means. It doesn't mean plants and stuff like that. It means a quickening action of growing. Okay? Act of vegetating. That's what it's called. Vegetation. Grow, quickening, meaning plant life, first recorded 1727. But before that, in 1560, it means the act of vegetating, a quickening action of growing. And believe me, they were right. I think the King James Bible 1612 or 1611, it doesn't supersede the dates on this. So that means that they were using this language to write the Bible and the meanings of this language to write the Bible. And they wrote it this way, knowing that there was pretext or precepts that people didn't know or could find out by utilizing research and etymology, and to be able to put these words together in almost like a decoding, or with like a decoding ring. Like I said, Etymology is the decoding ring. So vegetation. Now seed. Right after vegetation, they have the word seed. So we automatically think that this seed right here comes from plants. But I want to show you guys where this word seed has a dual meaning. Because it does. Let me show you. If I can get it. Here we go. Seed. Bear with me, guys. Now, seed means a few things. That which may be sown. All right, you see how they got the word sown right here? Sown in this context means that which is grown, which is planted. All right, not planted like plant your feet or grounded, but planted like like given. That's what planted means in this context. That's what sown means in this context. But look how we get down to the bottom. And individual grains of seeds, right? Source also of Old Norse, sowed, and so on and so forth. It says this is reconstructed to be from pi set t, sowing, from the root word se. Now remember I told you guys about that word se earlier? The reason why I was talking about that word se earlier, because we were talking about the ard, right? We were talking about the earth. Okay, let me see if I can find it. The earth. Okay, here we go. When you start looking into the earth and the ard, you'll find out that there's different meanings of this word that invokes a certain type of response. And when we go back down here to seed, we see that the word seed is se. Let me show you something. If we just type in se, what we get? Word forming elements of a word of Latin origin. Apart, away, okay, without, apart, aside, probably originally by one's self or one's own. Okay, so the word see right here means to sow. Remember I was talking about the word the, it's like a comma. Well, this word to is also has a dual meaning. When you write the word to or you type in the word to in etymology, it comes back, and I don't know why I can't show you guys on the screen what it's doing. Let me see if I can do it. You see right here the word to. If you come down to where it's equivalent of the Scandinavian word till, and you click on that word till, you'll see that till has a few meanings. Till preparatory, that refers back to till verb, and till verb, which refers back to till preparatory. So it means that both these words have the same meaning, right? They have the same meaning. But what I want you guys to realize is that this word to, right, has a meaning, or till that has a meaning that means end. See how it says right here, end of life, death. Okay, this word is this word in the verb tense, and this word is this word in the preparatory or proper noun tense. Okay, and this is not the same as this. See how it says see told in verb? This is till. So these two words are the same, and this one right here has a totally different pretext. to it. So we're looking at this word right here, which means end of life, literally death, or death literally meaning end. And that's the word that we known to be two. Let me show you what I'm talking about with the two. With the two. See this two that I got highlighted right here? That means the end. And this word sow is not the same as sown. This word right here, sow, is almost like saying, let me show you what I'm talking about. I took the liberty of going to that word SE with the asterisk and the dash behind it, exactly the way it's spelled. It says Proto-Indo-European root meaning to sow, or sow end. Sow end. Okay? If that's not coincidence enough, when you type in the word sow, right? Type in the word sow into etymology. This is what you get. So now, all right, a female of the swine, adult female hog. Now, most people would say, oh, no, that doesn't mean sow. That means sow, right? Sow, like a pig. Well, I know that. But in this context, it was talking about sow as in sow in, right? Sow in. And the reason why I'm saying it backwards like that is because most words that are written forward are actually meant to be interpreted backwards. So sow in is just like saying sound or sow, right? So when you type in the word sow, it means female pig. That's how I know I'm on the right trail with this word earth. Because what is earth? Which means earth, which actually means ard. And ard means earth. But ard means earth, and it's associated with bark or wolf. It even has it right here in the etymology part. So an ard is a what? Earth pig. An aardvark is an earth pig. An aardvark, an ard wolf is a earth wolf. And they got a whole series of these. If they got earth pig, they got an earth wolf, then they have an earth deer, they have an earth earth man. They got all of this shit that contributes to this information. And what I'm saying is that if you're not looking in the right place, you won't find the meaning and you won't find the connection. So how is an aardvark, which is an earth pig, and I should put that up there. I should put that up there. Let me put that up there. Let me put that up there so people can see it, because it's in connection with this. Yeah, it's in connection. Oh, Artie. Oh, aardvark, which is an earth pig. See right here? Earth pig, which is a sow, which is the root word seed, which is the root word for seed. So when they're talking about vegetation and they're talking about seeds, they're not talking about plants and their offspring. They're talking about a method of growing faster, and also a sow or a pig bearing. Now look, this word bearing right here. This word bearing has something to do with what? Dry or barren. Okay, when you're barren, that means you can't have offspring. But when you're bearing, that means you can. But look at the etymology for the word bearing. Okay. Sorry for the time frame that it's taking to put this up. I know this is dragging on, guys, but believe me, I got dozens of pages of this stuff. The same way I'm doing it right now is how I've been doing it over the past couple of weeks and months when I be deciphering this stuff. All right, bearing, just like it's spelled right there, a carrying of oneself, deportment. All right, the meaning, direction of point of compass in which an object is seen or is moving. This is talking about bearing like on a geographical scale, or the bear, or it could be an animal bear. You see how it has many context to this word, or the union of this word bearing. But what with the context of this, we're talking about what? A pig. We're talking about raising pigs. We're talking about the original version of the pig. We're talking about the person that's carrying out this actual act, and we're talking about what its beginning was. And then we're talking about the method, bearing. So this should go right behind seed because that's how it's set up on here. And we're going to move on to the next word, plant. Now, that word right there should have been self-explanatory to me, but it wasn't. And see, the reason why it wasn't, because when I looked into it, of course, I got the first meaning of it as being a plant, right? A young tree or shrub, herb newly planted, a shoot or stripe recently sprouted from seed, right? Now that's in the context of growing things in nature, not growing things in an enclosure, especially not animals. So when I kept reading, it said plantar, to drive in with the feet, push into the ground with the feet. Oh, like plant your feet. That's what they mean in this context. So why would a seed-bearing animal plant its feet? And fruit trees be involved and vegetation. Well, when I finish showing you guys the words and we put it all together, I'm going to give you my version of this precept, and you guys can go with it any way you want. So let's look at fruit. And right off, I was like, all right, fruits is going to be like plants and stuff like that. Yeah, it's talking about plants, but it's not talking about plants in that pretext. See, in this word fruits, any vegetable produced useful to a human or animal. All right, vegetables are fruits. Okay, fruit, fruit eating as dessert, harvest, virtuous act. See how they got a different meaning for it now? They didn't went from fruits and shit to a virtuous act. Now it gives us the opportunity to pick which precept fits the narrative in this entire scripture. And as I read on, there was one thing that stood out for me. To use, enjoy. That's what this is. To use, enjoy. And that's burr right here. And again, you got the asterisk and you got the dash at the end of the word. Bruh, a brog, however you want to say it. But to use and to enjoy. So that's the context of the word fruit. I have to put this at the bottom because we still got one more thing to do before we get into this. Now, to enjoy the fruit, right? To take enjoyment in the fruit, especially fruit that are, that are bearing, that carries its own offspring, which is like a herd, right? How do you think we enjoy it? What type of enjoyment you think they're talking about? They're talking about eating. Eat, just like right here, fruit eaten. And in this context, to enjoy means to eat the fruit. So just like we raise animals and we harvest them to eat, we're taking enjoyment in that harvest of those animals that we raised. So let's put it all together. A godlike person said, let these animals bring forth what? A quickening action of growing. I mean, like, we're going to raise these animals up fast. Seed bearing, which is a sow, carrying its own, carrying oneself or deported means that it's pregnant and it's on the ground grazing to drive in with the feet, pushing to the ground with his feet, and fruits. All right, so a quickening of growth in the sow, bearing itself as it grazed that we enjoy. And trees, the word trees is it's something else, but it's still with this S at the end means plentiful. Okay, each bearing fruit with seeds according to its kind. All right, so each one of these sows bearing fruit from its own kind. And let me show you guys what I meant by the word tree earlier, because it has, oh crap, they want to get rid of that. Hey, before I move on, man, there was a part that I missed in this about the word S or E or SE on the end of seed. And I want you guys to see something real quick with that word seed, because seed also means to sow. And I know I talked about the pig or the sow, but it also means that SE word, when you see it in representing another word, it also could mean artificially, reproduced or artificially created. And let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me try to see if I can show another screen. And I'm gonna go back to that. All right, here we go right here. That's that SE word right there. See the word seed right here in there? You can actually see the word seed. I just highlighted it. Seed right there. Now that SE with the line above it makes the word E or the letter E stand strong. And it also means to sow or the sow, right? Here's the word sow again right here. But look, here's a word that it also associates with, inseminate. And I don't know if you guys understand what this word inseminate means. So let's go ahead and check out what inseminate. To cast a seed. Now, when they're talking about this in the scripture, they're trying to insinuate a connection between these two things, the seed and the sow, and the process of insemination, which means to cast a seed. All right. So to sow, implant, right, and a seed. But in terms of where you get these words that have these asterisks and these lines and these different types of punctuations, you're not going to get that from the words. That means that you need to have something on standby to look at these words when they stand out to you. And this right here is what people used to look at as being clairvoyant, when you have different types of understanding of things at one time. You could either be talking about a seed from a plant, or you could be talking about a seed from from an insemination, or you could be talking about the seed from an animal, or you could be talking about an idea. An idea also is a seed. When somebody plants words in your mind, they seed your mind with words and meanings that you wouldn't necessarily get by yourself. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to give people the trying to give them the power to do this shit for themselves and question what they're getting as an explanation from these preachers and from these online evangelists and these people that are trying to persuade you that, religion is the way to go, when all of this stuff is a philosophy, a science, a medicine, or our agriculture, or animal husbandry. It's all of these things combined, and it's up to us to decipher it, to use it in our daily life. But I just wanted to point that out because I felt like that was a pretty good, a pretty good explanation for it. But I didn't hit on that at first, but I have all that stuff highlighted. So let me go back to this and start it back up for you guys. Appreciate you guys coming out, man, because a lot of this information is old, and I know a lot of people, like right now, I pretty much got as many people watching it, more people watching it right now than it was when I first put it out. Because a lot of people don't follow this type of stuff. So let me go ahead and go back to this. It has a different context as well. All right. Okay, the fruits, enjoy the fruits, right? But they're talking about this part where it says logs, beams, stakes, okay? And the tree. And once it gets off into this root word right here, be firm, solid, steadfast, with specialized senses, wood, tree, and derivatives referring to objects made of wood. So we know that they're not talking about this. Okay? They're actually talking about this part up here. Now, what part stands out in this sentence? I'm just going to highlight it. When it comes to tree. Remember I said plentiful? That's what the tree means. An abundance. Well, they're already talking about trees, and they're talking about steak, and also eating animals. And that word steak has dual meaning too as well. We start looking into it.
And not like steak
could be anything. It could be a pin. It could be like a pole in the ground. But my thing, what I got from it was a pin. All right. And this fruit is like we're enjoying these animals that we have in this enclosure. That's what that's what I'm getting from fruit trees. Because in fruit tree, there's a word called steak. You see how this kind of like opens up and you have options to actually contemplate the word. This is serious contemplation because you're trying to figure out where are they getting the understanding for these words to go together or to be in there. That's why
if you ever cooked outdoors primitively, you would utilize different types of cooking utensils that you wouldn't use indoors. Like you would cook your meat over a fire utilizing a stake. You know what I'm saying? You would stake the animal out. Like you would put a sharp rod or a wooden rod or stake through the animal and hang it above the fire. So these are the different types of ways that you understand this thing to get the meaning from it.
I didn't concentrate on this because now it's talking about steaks, and I didn't want to be too, obvious about what they're trying to say. But that's exactly what they're trying to say right there. Let me move this over. Yeah. Yeah. It has many reasons. The word steak has many. So and this you gotta understand what most things pointed any
My bad, y'all. Had an internet outage out here in this piece. This video right here, I'm gonna go straight into the next one. I'm gonna do a whole marathon series, man. So I'm gonna continue where I left off at. Let me go back a little.
And they rotate them around. Enclosure. That's what that's what I'm getting from fruit trees. Because in fruit trees, there's a word called stake. You see how this kind of like opens up and you have options to actually contemplate the word. This is serious contemplation because you're trying to figure out where are they getting the understanding for these words to go together or to be in there. That's why I didn't concentrate on this, because now it's talking about stakes and I didn't want to be too, obvious about what they're trying to say. But that's exactly what they're trying to say right there. Let me move this over. Yeah. Yeah. It has many reasons. The word stake has many. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. And this is why we should use etymology when we're reading the word, because we get a better understanding of what multiple meanings of things could be. See, I have stake right now, pointed stick or post, early staking, fastened to a stake, tether, all right, impaled, okay, that which is placed in a hazard as a wager, like taking a stake in something, to risk a wager. We're not talking about any of these. We're talking about something along the lines right here where it talks about a pin. See right here, it says a pin, a stake, a pole, candlestick, a stake, a post, pillar, a prison. See what I'm saying? A prison. We could be talking about that. And they got these animals in a prison or in an enclosure that they're leaving them in so they can later on enjoy them. Or we're talking about fastened to a stake, a tether, to impale. And usually how they cook pigs over an open flame looks just like a pig on a stake. Yep, looks just like a pig on a stake. Yep, here we go. I don't know if you guys can see that, because it's really weird. This is a pig on a stake right here. That's a pig on a stake. And they rotate them around. So what? You can eat them and enjoy it. Look at that dude. He eating the shit out that pork. Here goes another pig on a stake. So I hope I'm not in the wrong direction with this. But it doesn't seem like it. And I don't believe in coincidences. All right, so we got that. Now let's go back and review real quick before we move on to the next one. Then the godlike person, let the art or the animal bring forth a quickening and growth, seed bearing, which is what? The sow bearing, which is carrying its offspring, plant, which means to drive in the feet, like a herd of them, and fruit trees for us to enjoy either in an enclosure or cooked on a steak. Now, when I put all of this stuff together and put pictures with it, it'll be more understanding, you know. But with etymology, you can go through. That's why all of the definitions or all of the meanings, I'm putting them on each page so people can go through and decipher which precept they're willing to accept to describe this entire scripture. And that's what you need. If people are waiting for the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost to give them insight, well, acts without works is useless, right? Ain't that how it goes? Or works without acts, or prayers without works. Either way, this is the act or the works that you can utilize in order to bring substance to the word. Because just reading it flat out like this is not the meaning. If reading it flat out like this was the meaning of creation, then damn, we would have got it a long time ago. But you still have people deciphering the creation story, Genesis, in totally different ways. With this way right here, you only have certain boundaries in which you can explore the word because it's written in words. And these are the written words. Now, you can choose from godlike person, supreme being, deity, the Christian God, image of God, but you have a foundation, a base on which you can work from. And if you're trying to get meaning from all of this by just saying vegetation, seed bearing plants and trees, because that's not how people talk on a daily basis. So it has to have some type of meaning. This is a cipher that needs to be deciphered. And if you're not trying to decipher it, you're not really reading the word. And I'm sorry I have to say that. I understand, Ronnie. Salutes, brother. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I understand it. And that's why I said at the beginning, I'm going to have people that disagree with me. But the word is the word. Either under my precept or under yours. It doesn't matter. The word is still there. So it's all about how you are defining these precepts. Yeah, I think that's the right way to say it. How are you defining these precepts? But I'm going to keep on moving because I feel like, hey, if I'm losing people just by talking, then I must be saying the right thing. So by all means, let's keep on moving. Salutes to you, Salt. Salutes to you, Ronnie. I hope y'all have a good one. So like I said, we're enjoying this stuff and it's based off of the words that are actually given to us. And we're supposed to use our ability to figure out what this is. And if we don't know the meaning of the words, how we're going to figure out. That's why I'm utilizing etymology. This is new to a lot of people. A lot of people don't use etymology. A lot of people, when they read the Bible, they don't have the dictionary there for reference. You should have a dictionary, a thesaurus, an etymology. You should have everything at your disposal. So anytime you run into a snag, you don't have to go off of somebody else's interpretation. You can look it up and make your own decision on what you think this actually means. And that's how the Spirit works through you. Because now you are allowing your cognitive abilities to search and find an answer. So A lot of people ain't about that. A lot of people are about being pacified and told what to do. And they have to believe regardless of what in a certain way are detrimental to their beliefs, and they're going to be punished and stuff like that. Well, I think what we have to do as people is allow the process to take place. And you don't have to agree with it, but in all cases, you can learn something from it. But it's not going to work like that for everybody, because if we haven't noticed, people are they're under somebody's control, mind control, physical control, spiritual control. They're all under this premise that they have to follow something or somebody, that they can't get the answers on their own, that if it's taught to them a certain way, that's the way it is, knowing that man corrupts things. But if it's already written and we know where they're getting their information and their sources from, why do we have to go through them in order to figure out what the truth is? Shouldn't we be able to just go past the middleman and go straight to the source so we can start dissecting this stuff ourselves? We don't have to learn from preachers. But that's the whole mindset we're under. And it's a shame that there's a lot of our elderly people that are fixated on old traditions that were obviously not good for us. They weren't the truth. They're not the truth. I mean, you got people in churches, worshiping with snakes. Christian churches worshiping with snakes. You got people in churches that are welcoming in demons, pacifying, illnesses, doing all kind of stuff contrary to what the word's supposed to be. But as long as they get a consensus of people saying, okay, yeah, that's okay, we could do that, they're all right with it. Well, I'm going to take another approach, and I'm just going to go through and I'm going to use etymology to decipher all this stuff. And if people don't like it, go somewhere else. That's how it works. And if you think that, this is too much for you, by all means, you have your options. I have mine. So now we just finished 11. Let's go on to 12. And I'm going to cut this video. I'm going to go all the way up until 14. And then I'm going to end this video, and I'm going to pick it up on another one, because there's a lot of information and I can't just put all of it out there. But at the end, I'm going to do I'm going to show you guys a combination of the definitions or the precepts and the scriptures, so you can see where I got my meaning from. And to some people, it's going to sound like gibberish, but that's how all things sound when you're not accustomed to it. So here we go. So right now we're at verse 12. And here we go with verse 12. We got a couple boxes in there. Of course, we got the earth, and I'm not going to go through. You know what? I am going to go through, because I'm not going to break my process, because I feel rushed right now. I'm just going to go through it. I'm going to finish this video the best way I can. All righty. Vegetation. Where's my vegetation at? I'm telling you. Why do you think they keep repeating these concepts over and over again? Why do you think they keep on going over this stuff? It's almost like a teacher is trying to teach us how to read, and they keep on telling us cat is spelled C-A-T, cat, and they say repeat after me, C-A-T, cat, and then you do it, C-A-T, cat. What in actuality, what just happened is you've just been showed, or you've just been induced with the word cat 4 times, even though you said it once. The teacher says the word is cat, C-A-T. She says the word, she spells it out. That's one. Repeat after me. Cat. C-A-T. She says the word, she spells it 2 times. Now you say it. Cat. C-A-T. That's 3 times. And then say, let's say it all together. Cat. C-A-T. Now you just repetitiously said that word and the meaning of the word, or spelled the word 4 times. And this is how humans learn, through repetition and through conditioning. That's why the Bible's verses repeat themselves in different ways over and over again, so you can try and understand what the meanings are, but not deviate from the course of the story. So here we had verse 12, and we started talking about seeds and vegetation in verse 11. Why are we repeating it again? Because this is a precept that needs to be repeated, so it could sink in, soak in. So vegetation, seed, we know we're gonna get all of these words because they're prudent and important. Yeah. Bearing. And see, this ties into everything we're doing today. Believe it or not, this entire story that I just broke down from verse 1 to 12, it's the same shit they're doing today. A godlike person, a church father, a doctor, a scientist. They're creating this stuff. They're doing this stuff on a daily basis. If you can't even decipher it in the religious text that they're doing this shit, how you gonna sit up there and say the Bible is prophecy, but don't see what they're doing in the book in real life? How you gonna say that? It doesn't make any sense to me. But when you have people that close themselves out, let me see. Salt said, do I meditate? Yes, I do meditate. But just like everything, I try to find the meaning behind what it is. So meditating to me is not sitting in a dark room or sitting in a room with my fingers touching each other and in Indian style, chanting or doing some type of hymn or something like that. No, it's relaxing and allowing my body to regenerate. It's sleep. And I do that multiple times. And I found the more I practice, you know what, I'm getting off track. But yes, I do. I do meditate. So let's go to the other ones. Plant. And believe it or not, I put a lot of thought and into this stuff that I'm doing. I just don't do it on a whim, because just like my buddy Ronnie said, he can't take this no more. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I know this is important because maybe I'm not explaining it the right way, or you're not susceptible to hearing me say it like this. So it's in conflict with what your teachings are, but it's already been said. It's already out there. Ronnie left prematurely, but he still got it. He still got it. He just don't like it. He just don't like it. So let's get the other. We got plant and we got bearing fruit. Now look, why do you think that they're continuously repeating the same thing over? The earth, right? Hold on, I got the wrong thing right here. This is not God, this is the earth. Let me get my earth back in here. So the earth produced vegetation, seed, right? And this word produce is also production, right? Self-explanatory. So we know in production, things are either simplified or the steps are taken out of them. So you can produce more. So the earth, which is the ard, produced vegetation, which we know is a quickening action of growing. So this is the production process right here. All right. Seed bearing, which is a sow, carrying its own, a plant, which is a herd animal, which means to drive in with the feet, push into the ground with the feet, is what herd animals do, according to their kind, and trees bearing fruit and seed according to their kind. So they're talking about this entire statement right here is telling you that animals like mind or not like mind, like animals produce animals after their own. And in this case, they're talking about the animal that they're producing is the ard. That's what it is. That's what it is. So how did they come up with this word earth versus the word in Hebrew or the word in Greek? They found out the meaning of the word and they placed the word that was closest to the meaning of it in its place. And they just happened to choose earth. They could have put planet. They could have put world. They could have put galaxy. They could have put existence. They could have put all kind of words, but they chose this one. And this one has multiple meanings. And the root of this word means ard, which is earth. And that word ard is associated with animals. That's why I have the word earth and ard. So I'm not just pulling the shit out of my ass. I'm actually trying to show people that this is not what they think it is. We thinking this is a spiritual book when it's turning out that this is turning into a what? A medical book. This is turning into a science book. Why do you think science is trying to envelop religion into it? And I'm not either one. I'm not a scientist or a religious zealot. I don't believe in the God of the Bible. I believe in the creator of all things, natural law. And that's where all of this stuff was supposed to be coming from. But in some way, we didn't turn the book, which is supposed to be utilized for our well-being and for our progression, we've turned it into a religious book that we condemn other people when we utilize it, when we're supposed to be using it to see how things were created and how things are supposed to be maintained and how you're supposed to protect yourself from all of these things that are introduced to us. So we got that, we got berry, we got the fruit. So you guys know my entire premise behind this is to figure out how they are working this. So we finished up with verse 12, which is the ard, the animal, and its production, which is a quickening or an action of growing. A sow bearing its own fruit or bearing its own offspring in a herd, and we're talking about fruit and bearings. Now, the stuff with fruit, we talked about that the word fruit is not talking about the ones you pick off the tree. It's talking about how you enjoy the fruits of your labor. This is like the fruits of our labor right here. We get enjoyment from the bearings of these freaking fruit. And then we pointed out with tree and how the tree relates to the fruit in this story. Because tree, they're not talking about the tree in your yard or at a park or something like that. They're talking about a stake, a log, a beam, timber, wood. And when you put a animal on a stake, What are you doing to it? You're cooking it. You're enjoying it. You're eating it. And that's what this is about. That's what this is about. So let's move on to verse 13, which doesn't have much. Verse 13 doesn't have much, and God saw that it was good. So, self-explanatory. God. We know what God is. Oops. You want to do that? There we go. There's nothing else in this because all of these words, when I looked at them, even morning and evening have the same significance as day and night. And we know what day and night, what it actually, what I said it meant based off of the precepts that I was given in etymology. Day is a definite time of existence, which is reality, and darkness, which is night, is ignorance and concealment. So when we look at that, there was evening and there was morning. What they're saying is, in this, evening represents what? Night, and morning represents day. If evening represents night, that means evening, it says, and there was ignorance and there was truth. There was fiction and there was reality. That's what these statements at the end right here. And there was evening and all that stuff, and it was good. Even the word good has an alternative meaning. We can go into that, but it's really not necessary. So let's move on to 14 so I can wrap this up. And then I can give my little spiel at the end. Because 14 is the longest one, I think. Because I gotta go and do the rest of my work here. So as you can see, we have all of the words. Now, why on the fourth day? We're not even to the seventh day, but the fourth day is going through a recap. And remember, I was talking about teacher, signs to mark, or signs to comma mark the seasons and the days and years. The reason why I got all of these highlighted is because in etymology, they have different precepts. So right off the bat, the first one, God. Put that in there. Then lights, the precept of that, to reveal. All right, the expanse. We know the precept of that, the expanse. Let me get it. Okay. Hold on. Why can't I do this? All right, let's do it. Come on now. I couldn't grab it. It wouldn't let me grab it. We know the expanse, right? With Petey, we know what Petey is. Mr. Petey. Let me go back and recap. Oh yeah, Mr. Petey in the expanse. We're talking about in the expanse. We're talking about a measurement in units. Here we are, Petey, and then if we look at the Petey, where's my Petey? All right. We know this talking about a fathom, and a fathom in the Greek and in the Latin language means about 5 feet. Let me show you guys what again that. Because all of this is about repetition. Because we think that this entire story is about creating the entire world. It's not. It's not about creating the entire world. This is about creating enclosure for a certain group of animals. That's what this is about. So that's for the expanse right there, a fathom. All right, there we go. And then we know sky, that the sky is actually another form of enclosure. And see, these words, when they put them back to back like that, they're almost reinforcing it. All right, we know that the expanse and sky should mean the same thing, but in actuality, they don't. Expanse means a unit of measure. The sky is to cover or to conceal, which is the same as what? Darkness. It's the same as darkness. So when you have darkness, right, where is it? There's secrecy and concealment because you can't see. You can only see when you have light, because light is which makes things visible. So the sky is the same thing as darkness. It's a cover and concealment. And then we have distinguishing. Now, when we talk about the word distinguish, we need to understand that this word, it has the same definitions as the word separate. Let me show you why. See what distinguish, it says recognize a difference or distinction from what is I don't think that's contagious or similar. I think it says similar, perceive, make out from the French, so on and so forth. But it says to separate between, keep separate, mark off, distinguish. So why is that important? Because it's telling you to keep separate between the day and the night, between the truth and the ignorance. And let them be signs to make. We ain't got to that part, but let's just get the day and the night part so we can move on past this, because there's a lot of stuff on here. All right, we know that definite existence means reality, which is the truth. All right, and the night means ignorance, concealment, just like the darkness, just like sky. So this is the same thing. Sky and night in this context means the same thing. Night and sky means the same thing. All right, so we're talking about reality and ignorance, or truth and lie, or knowing and unknowing, and let them be signs to mark. Now, this signs to mark thing, we think that signs mean like, it's like a sign, but in this context, it would be an omen or an omen. Still says sign, and in sign, you still have the word mark and sign as well, and that tells us that we're on the right track when it comes to defining this. And you know that mark and sign are the same word. Well, they have the same meaning, because when you look up mark, just like the word sign, it has the same words and same meaning. So these two words are the same. That's why you have two. It's like a comma. It's like you're picking up where it is. So a sign and seasons. believe it or not, seasons don't mean summer, winter, fall, and spring and shit like that. This also means Sal. So you see how they're making full circle and going back to explain it, but with different words and different meanings. See, there's the SE, to sow, or sowing, or sow. Same thing. Now, we don't have enough room for the rest of this stuff, but we already have day in here, right? So we got the godlike person. Let there be what? Let there be light, or let there be a revealing, a thing which makes things visible, which is the truth or existence, in the expanse, which is the same as the sky, which is concealment or ignorance. So let us bring light or bring understanding to the ignorance. Both these words mean the same thing. To distinguish or to keep separate between the ignorance and or the truth and the ignorance. So it says, let us bring light to the ignorance so we can know the difference between the truth and, you know, the lie, or the real and the fake. And let the signs, which means the same thing, which is like a almond or mark the seasons, which is a sow. And you know how when they take animals and they distinguish which ones belong to who, they do this. Hey, buddy. Good. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys real quick, because this is something that we need to realize. In order to know exactly what's yours, you got to have an identifier. And that mark is what they're putting on these animals. The mark. It's a branding. That's what they're putting on them. Just like they do cows and cattle and all that stuff. So that mark, the sign, it's the same as the sign itself. And seasons is the sow. And the ignorance and the years. Now the years right here has a totally different way of being understood. Because we think years means a time frame. But in this context, it means, let me get it. I'm trying to put this in here so I can shrink it down. Because there's a lot of information in this. And most people ain't going to take the time to go through and find this out. See, it says year. It's talking about nothing but years. Year, season, any part of a year. We're not talking about seasons, even though it says season. We're not talking about that. We're talking about an animal. And I think the animal that they're talking about, they're using in times of a famine. Literally, bad year. So since we've gotten all of that, let's go ahead and get all of this stuff together, because I'm about to end this video. We've been going two hours and 40 minutes now. So I'm about to end this video, but let's go ahead and do an accumulation of what we got here. And then I'm going to go back and show you guys how I put this all together. All right, so a godlike person, let there be what? That which makes things visible, which is the truth, in the expanse, which is, hold on, I don't have my PD in there. Where my PD at, man? That's a damn shame. I thought for sure I put that in there. Because we can't forget that. Because Petey is the root word for, damn, we can't even fit it in there. Shit. All right. The root word for expanse is Petey, right here, to spread. But that's not the only meaning for Petey. Petey is the root word for fathom. And fathom means, a distance of about 5 feet. That's what fathom means, a distance of about 5 feet. So a godlike person shed the light on ignorance and on the area that these animals were in, the enclosure, and distinguish between them, which is to keep and separate them between the good and the bad, or the truth and the fake, or ignorance and knowing, and let signs, right here, a sign, and a mark is the same thing as a sign, the seasons, which is the sow. And we know that the day means what? It means the truth, or a definite time of existence, which is reality. All right, so, and let the sign mark the pigs in a definite time of the year during famines. Now that I got that out the way, even though I stumbled over all of that stuff, let me show you exactly how I've been able to decipher this stuff. Now, I'm going to go back and we're going to recap everything we did all the way up to 14. And I got all the verses and all the meanings in this right up under it, so you guys can see exactly how I've been doing this. So let me open this up. And we can look at that. All right. All right, let's look at it. Here goes verse 1. In the beginning, a godlike person, a church father, created the heavens and earth. This right here, heavens, is like an enclosure, and the earth is the animals that were in it. Now the earth, which is the animals, was formless, void, and darkness. Was formless or beautyless, with absolute no space or no thought process, and they were concealed in secrecy, and was over the face of the deep, that which is the great depth, which is the great thought of it. And the Spirit of God, which is like the person's breath of the godlike person, was hovering over the surface of the water. And the water represents and animate as a living force. All right, that's the whole beginning part. And then we get to, hold on, what's going on? The first day, a godlike person, let there be light, that which was revealing the truth, and there was light, which was the truth. And God saw, the godlike person saw that the light was good, or the truth was good. And it is separated, and he granted and allotted the truth over the lie, or the concealment. This godlike person called the truth day, which is a definite time of existence, which is reality. So the truth is reality. And the darkness, which is secrecy and concealment and ignorant, he called night. So he's distinguishing between the two, and he's giving you two different words to create a precept from. And here you see existence. I got a little definition over here just to remind me that existence means reality. So that's what light is, reality, which is the truth. And there was the evening and there was the morning, which is the separation between the day and the night. So now you have the evening, which is ignorance, which is night. or concealment and lie. And then you have morning, which is light, which is something that makes visible, a definite existence, which is reality and the truth. The second day, the godlike church person or godlike father, let there be an expanse to spread out the actual creation, which is Petey, which I told you guys about the earlier, which describes the confinement between the waters, animated living force, which is the herd or the animals, the confinement between them to separate the animals from the animals. That's what it is. This enclosure, which turns out to be a 5 foot in distance or unit of measure, and they were enclosing these animals, which they call earth, which is an ard. And we know what type of ard, what type of animals could be ard. These are earth animals, animals that live underground. So the godlike church person made the expanse, which is the actual enclosure, the 5 foot in distance or length enclosure expanse, and separated and granted the animals beneath it, which is beneath what? Underground, it from the waters above. So the animals that are underground were not allowed to mingle with the animals above ground. And it was so. The church or the godlike person or church father called the expanse or the enclosure the sky, which is another word for saying expanse or cover or enclosure or fathom. And there was evening, which is ignorance. And there was morning, which was the truth, the second day. And God said, a God-like person, church father, let the animated as living force, all the animals under the enclosure or under the expanse or under the 5 foot, enclosure, be gathered into one place. So gather the herd so that the dry land may appear. And it was so. The godlike person, church father, called the dry land, which we know of as what? The barren animals, earth, which is saying that there are barren animals and there's barren earth, and the gathering of the animals he called the seas. So we're talking about the full group, the barren ones and the ones that can bear. You know what I'm saying? And God saw that it was good. And then God, the church father, let the animals bring forth in a quick fashion seeds, which is the female sow carrying animals and plants as a herd, and fruits for us to enjoy according to his kind as it was so. It says the earth, right, which is supposed to be the ard. Let me change that because I was getting ahead of myself there. Okay. Produced the same way, and it's just a repeat of what the last sentence was, but I just want to reiterate because this is how precepts work. The more you go over them, the more understanding you have, and God saw it was good. Now we're at 14, where it says the same thing over again, and it's explained about the light and the enclosure, and it's also talking about how they're going to keep these animals separate because of the truth and the lie, or because of the good and the bad, or because of the bearing and the bearing. The barren and the animals that can bear, or the ones that can give birth and the ones that can't. And then, and let them be signs and marks. So they're talking about mark the ones that can't have babies from the ones that can have babies, and let's call them seasons, which means they're called sows, the ones that are marked, and the other ones that can't are called ards. Okay? And then we got the days of the years, and the years mean we need to mark them to separate them so we don't eat the ones that can have babies versus the ones that can have babies, because year means famine. And I didn't finish that part, but you guys get the gist. Now, look, this is not going to resonate with everybody, but I'm telling you right now, there's something different about when you start breaking this stuff down, the understanding you get from these scriptures once you start utilizing etymology. If you don't want to utilize etymology and you just good with the story that they gave you and you willing to accept that and move on, by all means do that. But if you are looking for answers in the scriptures, I advise you use etymology because it'll help you. It'll give you a broader scope of understanding. And that's what I'm utilizing. People aren't going to be susceptible to this. So I know it's going to be hard for some people to try to grasp it, but this is how it is. We all adults. We all choose our paths, and if yours is different from mine, peace. I'll let you later, and I'll keep on moving. Later on, when you figure it out or want to tip about this shit, you might have an opportunity or you might not. Depends on how I feel I'm susceptible to it. But everybody should be doing this. This is a good tool for everybody to use, and it takes the spookism out of a lot of this religion, and it gives us the ability to understand our environment and our goal and our mission. And also it gives us an idea of what's actually going on to this date that has been prophesied to us for years. So I hope you guys get something out of this. If you don't, my apologies, but I'm going to keep on making these until I go through the entire Bible. It's going to rub some people in the wrong way, but it is what it is. It's not a popular subject. People don't like reading the Bible, but that's just how things are. So those that want to go on this journey with me, you're more than welcome. Those that don't, you're more than welcome too. Just realize I'm only human, and I can only take so much, or I can only comprehend so much. So this is a process for me, just like it is for you. But for you, you don't have to go through the agony of looking all this stuff up and trying to put it in a format that other people can understand. I mean, if you guys can't tell, this is kind of conflicting to me because religion is not really my thing. But as I was reading this, I saw that there were coincidentals or coincidences in the story, and I couldn't ignore it. So I'm trying to rectify that. And next time I'm going to go through and I'm going to finish out the whole thing and do the same recap at the end. So I hope you guys enjoy it. If not, thank you for attending. And that's it. Again, don't trust nobody. Do your own due diligence. And if you're waiting for somebody to save you, then I don't know what to tell you. You can only save yourself. There's not some savior that's going to come and save you. So on that note, you guys have a good one. Appreciate you for showing up. And I'm out. All right, guys. So with that, I'm gonna let the music play. I'm gonna go ahead and roll right into the second one. The second one is a little bit better than this one, but it goes into some detail and everything. And yeah, man, just stay tuned, man. Just keep on going into it. I'm gonna keep straight going. This is not it. This is not it. Part 2 is up. Oh,
now. Hold on now. Something just happened. What the hell just happened? All right. Something just happened. Yeah, part two is coming up, guys. So hold on, give me a little bit of give me a couple seconds. Man, is weird. What the hell is that about? It said your hand is weird. All right, here we go. Part two. Anyway, about the same thing. I'm gonna play all of them and get commentary on it because a lot of people in here don't understand that.
Back to it. Back to it. All right, we go. Yeah. Something else. Just when you think you understand the English language, something like this go along. For instance, signs to marks, identifying markings, signs to mark. That's what that is. Two right here means comma. Just like in this sign, in the etymology, comma. I left off on this one right here. That's why I left off at right here. Yep. Once I finish all of these, it's gonna be a long, long time before I finish all of them. But when I do, I'm gonna put out my translation. Since everybody putting out their own translations of the Bible. Yep. I'll put out my translation. And this is what it's gonna be called. Yep. Once I'm fully done though, let's get back to it though. This half screen on here. So we can see both of them at the same time like this.
God, God-like person. If you guys like that first one, this was going to be a little bit more in detail. And I'm going to show you guys when I'm actually looking through some of this stuff in etymology. And we need to understand that this book was written so everybody can have get some type of meaning out of it. Everybody. And it took on its own meaning over time. And people started, treating it as if it was something that was written by the creator. And we forgot that men wrote this. Men wrote this. And they wrote it down for a purpose. And they used a lot of allegories and a lot of stories to do it. So just put your thinking cap on, and walk with your boy with this. Because who knows? This could be something that could change the way you look at things, which could change your life, which could overall help you throughout life. So just want to throw that out there before we get started again. Emphasis on the person. Y'all see that? Gotta be able to decode it. In or at that place, as far as provided that in that respect. What the root word is? True. Proper. Till. Something I didn't say when I scrolled to that word too right there. And this is something people need to understand. That word too, when it came out, watch this. Duh, but we know it's two. See that word T-A-E? That T-A-E word right there? In Scottish from two. That means that they took our language or our word and they translated it into their word using our alphabet. T-A-E for the word two, which probably in their language could mean many things as well. But this word right here is like a how do they say it? It's like a mixture of letters. And you know how you can put the letters in different orders? You can spell eight, eat, you can spell tea, things like that. And depending on the different types of teaching they're putting with the scripture, you would be able to utilize those words as well. They don't want us to know that the English language is a language of the cipher, meaning that depending on how you feel that day, you can get another meaning out of it. And that's how it's supposed to be used. Just like in law, they have different ways of spelling out charges and shit like that. And it could be the same charge, but a different sentence because it depends on the wording. That's reality right there. Same thing applies to this. When you go to the hospital, everything's not my bad. I was about to jump into the hospital shit. I don't want to do that. But when you, excuse me, when you reading something and it gives you the meaning and you know that it could mean something else, it better behoove you to figure out what it means on the other end. Because when somebody's telling you, do you understand? They could mean that, are you comprehending or do you fall up under their authority? So when you go to and somebody of authority tells you something, you better know all the different meanings of what they're telling you, because you could be agreeing or being charged for something you don't have no idea. And just because you only understand one meaning doesn't mean you can't fall up under that shit. Just like they tell you, ignorance of the law doesn't mean you're innocent. That just means that you don't know. And you can still be held accountable for that shit. So learn these different meanings and apply them to your thought process. That way, when somebody come and start telling you something and they got that duper's delight look on their face, like they laughing and smiling with you and shit, they could be tricking you at the same time. You got to test the spirit. You got to test them words. So I just want to put that out there, man. Just click on the two. Two. Proper. What is represent? What's equivalent to? Till. Until. Look at it. Purpose as in. My bad. I'm on here talking and I'm not even you know off mute. But what I was saying was is that that word till could be cultivation. You know what I'm saying? So till comes from the word to. So in some context, if I'm talking to somebody and I'm saying I'm going outside too, and I leave it at that, well, if you knew that I was talking about cultivation, or you thought I was talking about something I was going to do later on, then you would get a different meaning of that. So all I would have to do is start the phrase, and you would automatically know just by the words I was using what I was talking about. Me too could means I'm tilling, or I am preparing to till the ground to cultivate, or I could be waiting until something happens. You know what I'm saying? But the idea is to know all the meanings of these words. That way, you're not just operating off a surface level, because what somebody could say could be detrimental to you. You know, two could be I could, till I could be going outside to do something, but at a later date. Well, what if they're using words like, lock? Lock could be something that conceals you. It could be something that could trap you. It could be something that could hold you together. But it could also mean prison. So it also could mean your mind. You know what I'm saying? So a lock could mean many different things. And if we don't have the understanding of that, then these people that are operating on this level of secrecy could be telling us anything. And if we're not in the know, we're being fooled. Look at people when they talk to you. And if they start smiling while they're talking to you about something that's important, they got a phrase for that. It's called duper's delight. Usually a con man develops this type of behavior when he's become so proficient at conning people. Now he takes delight in knowing that you don't know the con. So when he's talking to you, he's telling you, hey man, it could be any subject. We have insurance for, just in case you die. And he starts to laugh and smile, saying that so your family can be taken care of. Well, that's a way of manipulating people into thinking that it's a good thing, the smiling. But the smiling also could be a different thing too as well. It could be like duper's delight. Like I'm taking pleasure in knowing that when you die, your family might not get shit, but you've been paying on it all these years. So it behooves us to learn these techniques in the written language, especially the language that we use on a daily basis. Dog don't always mean a four-legged animal. It can mean a two-legged man too as well. What context are we putting it in? And if we know this, for certain words, we should be utilizing it for everything. For everything, bro. Especially when you're talking to people that have this perceived authority over you. You know what I'm saying? I hear people talk about when they say, do you understand? They mean, do you fall up under their authority? They could mean that. And some of them do. A lot of them do. But they also could be meaning that, do you comprehend? Are you in a place where you can make decisions for yourself? They could be talking about that. So that's why you should be asking people questions more than you are answering them. That way you get a good understanding of what they're contending with, what their context is. Because it is a competition. When you come up against people that know the written word better than you, shit, they trying to embarrass you, they're trying to belittle you, they're trying to make you feel inferior to them. And then when you come out with a basic understanding, they know inside, oh, he's just a novice. He ain't taking the time to actually study. And studying is exhausting all options, all efforts in the pursuit of knowledge. Discernment, exactly. Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind about this shit. You believe what you want to believe. But I know for a fact, you know, when I fellowship with other people and I hear them talking about what they mean or what their understanding is, I know right off the bat whether or not I'm gonna be in this congregation, how long I'm gonna be in there. So you can alleviate a lot of problems when you're dealing with people that know and understand the written word once you do too as well. Because they could be telling you, I intend to take advantage of you wholeheartedly. You know what I'm saying? But taking advantage of somebody is not bad because we're all in a position of servitude, but abuse of that taking advantage of somebody. Abusing them is totally different. You know, if you're coming over and you doing a labor or you doing some type of service for me, and I think that I can abuse you in the process of doing that, then I need to know ahead of time what type of person I'm dealing with. That way I can cut my losses, way earlier than getting in the hole with a person. And that's by testing the spirit, man. That's by knowing the words. Got to. You got to. So let me stop talking, man. Let me play this. How till death literally end. This is why so many of y'all right now don't even know who you are or who your God is. Why so many of y'all stay around that Bible, swear up and down, y'all preaching about God, telling them what the hell y'all talking about. It's in the words, man. Every word has meaning. But if you're satisfied where you're at, stay there. You are not welcome. Stay there. I hope you find what you're looking for, which is thee. Hell yeah. Be, exist.
This is how you understand precepts. All you want to be Bible thumpers, you guys are foolish. Look how far I done got already. This is finding out context.
What I'm doing here is I'm actually defining every word. And by doing that, I can find commonalities between each one of them in order to find the context. Similarities throughout each definition is where context comes from. If I'm talking about animals, I'm going to have words that relate to animals. I'm going to have the definition of words that relate to animals. You see what I'm saying? If I'm talking about men or humans, I'm going to use words that relate to men. And man is not one of them. M-A-N does not relate to men, what we are. M-A-N relates to animals. And I think in this episode, or in this episode, I'm going to show that, because we have a misconception of when the Bible's talking about man and when it's talking about animals. You know what I'm saying? We think man is what we are. We're not men. When you look at the meaning behind man, it refers to an animal, whether it's a plantigrade or a bipedal, you know what I'm saying, or a quadruped, you know, or bipedal. That's what I meant to say, not a plantigrade. But you know, you got to understand that a lot of this stuff is surrounding animals and the dissection of animals and the sacrifice of animals. So why wouldn't you think the story in itself wouldn't have a context that refers to that? So, you know, how it is.
God don't mean nothing but doctor. That's all it means. The word God don't mean nothing but doctor. The word God don't mean nothing but doctor. The word God don't mean nothing but doctor. That's all it means.
That's all it means, man. And in this context, look at how far they've gone with this doctor thing. They don't even have to make it a profession. They can make it a practice, and we still put it in high regard. They can make a job that deals with your safety, your health, you know, your ability to grow as a human, right? And they don't even have to make it a profession. They can make it a practice. The same way with law. You see what I'm saying? You know how they create laws and then they go back and ratify them and change them, and then they create laws to counter those laws and ratify those and change them. They're telling you that this thing is alive, that they've created something that could evolve throughout time. Same thing with medicine. Evolution throughout time. And from where I see, it's evolving into something that's not going to be for us. It's going to be for everything besides us. It's going to be for shit like the other animals, the planet, the ecosystem, but it's not going to be for us. We're going to sit back seat to this shit. But my bad.
Look, light. What context we in right now? Shrink this down a little bit so I can make this a little bit bigger. It's weird. Once you start figuring these words out and you start studying them, they won't be able to tell you shit. This is how these guys used their craft, the ability to read, as power over the people. subconscious picks up everything. Every damn thing. And see, we think the first word that pops up is it. It's not. See how it refers to light as a noun? For this light verb too? Light as a noun has a totally different root word. Loop. You got to look further. Radiant energy. Torch or pitch. Yeah, that's the immediate one. The moon. All right. Pale. Yeah. Daylight. Spiritual illumination. Let's go back. Let's look at what they're trying to say in this here sentence so we can choose our words wisely. God said, a godlike person said or say. Yeah. Talking about relate. That's what this context is for right here. Not tell, relate. Because we're still in a creation story. So how can light relate? Let's find out. Let's find out. How can it relate? Let's find out what relate. Here we are. I think we done found it. Levity. See, this word said is like relate. Said, say, relate. Let, which means to what? To slacken or to let go. All right? Godlike person, relate. Relates to let go or slacken. We know that be, right? Here go be right here. Right? I am, I will be. Okay? To exist. Godlike person. Slacken. So old of such an age for there. Be. Exist.
God-like person related to slacking, so old of such age, and exists in the expanse. First, let's see what that light at though. Having lightweight, not heavy. Alright? Quick, small, light to rise. Mm-hmm. And this is want of seriousness, frivolity. All this comes from light. Right? All of this comes from light. Want of seriousness. Almost like-minded. Want to be like-minded. Let's find out what this word right here means. Frivolity. Frivolous. Worthless, trifling, empty, silly, broken, crumbled, break, rub away, and crumble. So clearly insufficient as to need no argument to show its weakness. Easily crumbling. I don't think we need to go this far, but you see where it's going, to friction. But go back. All of that came from levity, frivolity, from light. That's the word right there. Want of seriousness. Relate. Okay. Let's refer back to bear, to carry. Man, this is a coincidence. Look, bear, a carrying of oneself, the seed bearing, and it's here in refer. And if we go back, refer is connected to levity. See this word relate right here? This is why so many people have such a hard time deciphering what the Bible means because they're looking in the wrong place. This word relate comes from said. I typed it in and it refers back to, which is refer back to carry, to bear children. This is still the creation story. So you see how these things reveal themselves when you look. You know? It's not a coincidence, especially when we're talking about the creation story. And earlier, this word bearing right here says the same thing. That's the word right there. easy for some. That word refer right there comes from this word right here, relate. This word right here, levity, comes from the word light. And you see why this word is related to this, is because whatever they're carrying, whatever the birth is, this word right here, relate, is referring to birth or the carrying of a child. To carry also to bear a child. Children, they're light. Yeah. See this word? Luke. Look at this. This is following. This is a following word. This word right here is tied. This Luke word is tied to light. Right? But it's also tied to the raising or bearing of creation. Not heavy. Bearing of a child. That's right. Don't need this word no more. Here we are. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let me change this. Let there be light. More like let there be clarity in thee. And we know that the word thee right here. So old of such an age. Right? So old of such an age. Right? So God said, let there be light. Adjective. In. See, this in right here, it doesn't mean what we think it is. This in, since distinct between in and on, is from late Middle English. The nuance and use of in and at still distinguish British and American English in schools at school. Sometimes the Middle English shortens to I. The noun sense of influence, access, to provide the authorities. To provide the authorities. As in have and in within. Or as in have and in with is first recorded 1929 in American English. To be in for it. Starting to meet with something unpleasant is from 1690s. To be in with on friendly terms with is from 1670s. Ins and outs, intricacies, complications of an action or course is from 1660s. In and out, noun, compilation is attested from 1600s or 1610s. But look at this word, compilation. Still relates to the creation story. This is how we know we're on the right track. Joining, unite, coupling, joining, connecting. This word right here means in, band, tie, link, sexual intercourse. Look at that shit. These words are all tied into the creation story. That's what this word in means. It doesn't mean in like in a box. It means compilation. It means sexual intercourse. That's what this means. But you won't know that until you look it up. Until you find the word in. Right here, compilation. All right. Another duh. So old, of such an age. The expanse. You know what the expanse is. The expanse is just like the heavens, the sky. Yeah. PT, spread, embrace bosoms, Fathom. Fathom. You know, there's another word that I found that related to fathom. Yeah. The expanse in the sky. Sky means fathom too, depending on what context you got it in. Yeah. Yeah, depending on what context you got it in. Can't believe you so-called Bible scholars don't know anything about this. Utilizing etymology in the scriptures. Guys, it's a shame. You know what? I should have just chose Fathom. Don't really need to go back and do anything. That's what I should have did. Oh. Check out it. Yeah. Mhm. There's a lot in this. Uh, there's a lot of meaning in this. It doesn't mean let there be light in the expanse of the sky to distinguish between the day and the night, and let them be signs to mark the seasons and days and years. Man, that ain't got shit to do with this. For all you shallow thinkers, this went over you guys' head. This ain't got nothing to do with this. They're talking about creating something that didn't exist before by mixing two things. That's why this compilation is in here. See? This entire thing is talking about some type of science project. That's what the whole Bible is about. The whole Bible is about science. It ain't got shit to do with no sky daddy or none of that stuff. And it's weird that we'll go and just believe anything these guys say just because they got a title: preacher, father, priest. And even our elderly people are just no intellect at all. It's a shame. Easily persuaded. Yeah. And guess what? Guess what they're creating in here. Guess what they're creating? We go all the way back up to the top. To the top of the story. At the beginning. God created the heavens and the earth. This is what they're creating. This is their creation right here. This is also man. Look at this. This thing right here. Look at that. That's what they created. Let me show you what that is. A featherless plantigrade bipedal mammal of the genus Homo. That's what that thing is. Man. Male and female. That's what that thing is. Yeah. Keep on thinking you were created from the dirt. Keep on thinking that. Keep on thinking that you were created from the dirt. That's where these things come from. Yeah. That's where these things come from. And when they're talking about that's the earth. That's the earth right there. See this? Earth. Earth. That's the root of earth. Earth. And guess what refers to? Ground. It forms all or part of the aardvark, the aardwolf, the earth. Because ultimately, what? Ard is earth. That's what this shit is. Let me type it in for y'all so you can see it. Ard. There's no other definition for it. There's no other meaning for it in etymology besides earth. And then they say they created man from the dust of the ground, from the dirt. What do you think they were talking about? They weren't talking about us. Because we are not men. We are not men. We are men and women. That's what we are, men. See, the play on words is always unique. If you don't know the skill of looking, then you'll never accomplish the feat of finding. If you don't know the skill of looking, you'll never accomplish the feat of finding. Never. Remember that when you clasp into your Bible, the one you don't even know what it means. You reading the words word for word, thinking that it means exactly what it says. That's why so many of us are so easily manipulated. Because we don't have common sense. We don't have discernment. And see, this is what was taught to us by the elderly, by the old, because they were manipulated. They were fooled into believing. They were fooled into believing this. None of this stuff that they told us was true. None of it. So God concept. Look, when you look up the word, and look, everything is spoken. That's why they say words. It's the word is God. Yeah, it is. Because it opens your mind up and gives you enlightenment and gives you understanding. See, when you find out that you are a man, that you're men and you're women, not man and one man, because man is an animal. This is man right here. But men think, project, right? We do all of that. We're isolated on this plane, and we remain that way, and we will always remain that way. Always. Crazy, right? Look at this shit. Set up like that. To think, to project, to remain isolated. Can't make this shit up. That's what we are. We're men and women. Man is an animal. You want to be a man? Go ahead, be an animal. Be that featherless pentagrade from the homo. That's why we got so many homos running around here now. See? That's why we have so many people believing that we're servants. Yeah. Against the whole slavery story. See how they try to say sometimes connected to root men? It's not sometimes connected. It ain't even connected. And look at this man. For the plural, see men. Why isn't it this man right here? Look, watch what you get when you type in, when you click on this man. Plural for man, plural of man. This is called, what this is called right here. And look, man, hand. But what this is called, they called integration at one time. And then actually what it was infiltration. There are animals, there are predatory animals that look just like us. And they want to be us. They want to be us. That's why they inflict us. But we men, not man. See, look, two different meanings. Two different meanings. It's a shame. 3 different meanings if you're looking at this. This is the confusion that we allow to happen. This is the confusion that we allow to happen. If you want to delve off into this shit, it gets really weird. Why roll? All right? Man, werewolf. Click on werewolf. Look what it says. Wyro, man. Where, man, male person. See, they want you to be, this is an animal. I'm telling you. This is an animal. Same as this animal right here that we're trying to become, but we're not. See, a man doesn't think for himself. Men do. We think for ourselves. We don't believe. We should only be trusting things that we know, not believe. And belief in a God is, I dare to say, prehistoric. It's prehistoric. That's how they were able to control us all this time. And where true freedom lies is in the mental. It's not in the physical. If they could control your mind, where are you free at? Never. Nowhere. So let's get back to this. I'm not going to stop doing this, man, because this Bible is utilized to tell the story of the corruption of man. How men were replaced. And how they've been trying to replace us the entire time. They're going to keep on doing it. That's how they do this. All right, let's roll some of this over into another PowerPoint because it's too crowded in this one. But let's take some of this stuff like distinguished. Distinguished. Bam. Distinguished the adjective. A sense not obsolete. Separate for others that are similar or cognizant. Let's look at distinguished. To separate, to make out, to perceive. Perhaps literally, separate by pricking. To prick. Yeah. To prick apart or break apart. To push or thrust. All right. We think it means to, the whole meaning behind this is to recognize, right? It's not. Admonish. Look, men, think. See? The expanse, we already know what the expanse is. We know it's an enclosure, a measurement of about 6 feet. That's the expanse. All right? So this person that they calling God relates. Right? Some of this stuff is spoken like Spanish is spoken, how the words are left to right, but in actuality, they're understood right to left or backwards. Same thing. So you can say that this next sentence right here, let there be light, let there be light, is nothing more than a word puzzle. See? To raise, exist, so old, slackened, relate. Huh? To raise, exist, so old, and slacken. That's like backwards. And then in is a compilation. It's like intercourse. So whatever is slackened and is so old and it exists when it was raised, it's almost talking like this is saying erection. The combination of all of this is saying erection. You go from slacking and looking wrinkled of old age, and then it exists as raised in compilation. An erection in sex. This is some crazy shit. And it's measured about 6 feet. Get the fuck out of here. Oh man, crazy. And then you look, this motherfucker, the prick is extinguished. Right? What is to prick? Let's put this down. To prick. Hold on. Let's just take all of this stuff, put it on another PowerPoint, another slide, and see if we can translate it in real time. This is right out the Bible. All of it relates to creation. This first chapter in the Bible is all about creation. Yeah. We're not going to do the relate thing because we know this right here, this God person says, right? Relates or relations. What happens when somebody has relations? So this God person has relations, right? And this right here, light or let, all right? Let it go. There.
You guys see how I'm going in there and I'm adding the words that even using some of the words that I've already used. As long as I've already found out the context of a of a paragraph or of a chapter, I tend to stick to that. So if words are repeated over and over again, it's easy to do a quick reference and go back and find the words that you've already defined. So it makes it a little bit easier as you go forward, but it's still a long, tedious process of using etymology and different types of words to fully establish a complete context of what you're trying to read. But it's an interesting read after you finish. You might have to touch it up a little bit, but the story is it's a good read.
Mm.
Godlike person relate to slacking of such an age. I am raised, I am to raise compilation, a measure of about 6 feet, to incite, impel, in a space in which separates free as a unit of time, free in ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
Them, they, that's what it says, he, she. He and she. It is said, is Milton. He, she, look at that shit. Male and female. Yep. These signs. Mm-mm-mm. In this context, is I am. Yep. Signs to marks. Mm-mm-mm. To follow. We know what that is. So old, such up an age. Seasons, sow. Yeah. So old, of such an age. Sewing. All right, let me see something. Let me show you guys. Precept, commandment, or direction given as a result of action, especially an injunction as a moral conduct, late 14th centuries. All right, maxim, rule of conduct, order, give rules to order, advise, literally, take beforehand or before, pre to take, or before pre. The root word is cap, to grasp. Last for 2 years, every 2 years. So precept. Precept. Check out the cap. Grasp is a hypothetical source of evidence for its existence is divided by Sanskrit to handfuls, to swallow, gulp down, or handle, able to hold, clutch, rod, halter. Yep. That's what precept. Precepts. Commandment or direction given as a result of actions. Let me finish this here though. Get back to it. Such an old. Yeah. These sons. To follow the seasons.
Seasons to sow. Well, a female swine. You wonder why I put seasons and days? Right? Okay. All right, I'm done anyway. Fourth day, God said, "Let there be light in the expanse of the sky and distinguish between the day and the night, and let them be signs to mark the seasons and the days and years." But in reality, God-like person relate slackened of such an age I am to rise compilation, to raise compilation, a measure of about 6 feet, to incite, impel in the space in which separates free as a unit of time, free in ignorance, to let go, he, she, I am, to follow, so old of such an age, female of the swine, adult female hog, in existence, in famine. Man, I swear, bro,
Guess what this says? It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. Well, that's it for today. I'll be back again. We're gonna go through the process again. This ain't gonna stop, y'all. I'm telling you right now, y'all reading your Bible wrong. Y'all reading your Bible wrong. This is verse 4. Verse 14 right here. This is verse 14 right here. I'm telling you, man, use etymology. Lots of different meanings. Lots of different meanings. And see, when you learn etymology, your subconscious picks up on words and meanings automatically. And you start to learn how to test the spirit of people's works, of their actions, and of what they're trying to teach. So until next time, don't trust nobody.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into this one. I'm gonna save this one. It's gonna be another video. It's part 3. And then after that, part 4. I think I got about five series of this. After I'm done, I'm gonna put all of these sections together into one compilation, and I'm gonna rewrite it to where it's like the story that I think it was meant to be. I'm not gonna rewrite the Bible though, but this is gonna be my own interpretation of how do I think this stuff is supposed to be learned. But yeah, man, don't trust nobody. Do your own research. Do your own due diligence, and be safe.